Mm-hmm. Hello, everybody. Hope everybody is all right. There we go. There we go. Statistics. Nice to have all of you here. Let me just check this for Cabrillo. And settings. Video settings. Yeah, the white balance, I'm going to remove that. Automatic. All be all sorts of colors. Here it's cold, here it's warm. We're somewhere in the middle. There we go. Somewhere like, something like this. Ish. Here we go. So that'd be okay. Hope everyone's all right. Got to be in a good mood, old radios. Yeah, things like that happen on the radios. We forget stuff, and then we're like, oh, forgot. So things look pretty good. We're going to start. And hope that you guys enjoy today's show. Things are pretty good here. I like to see the drop frames info and all of that because it gives me an idea of how well the stream is going. Seems to be going very well. So, see if I can work it like this. Hello, everybody. Welcome aboard. Nice to have you on board to this Saturday live show where we talk about radio. And we always have fun. And today we're going to have a little look at this little thingy. That is kind of interesting. Small, but very interesting. So we're going to talk about it. And I tried to get Paul the cat. Paul the cat wanted to take a nap. So I tried to bring him here so he takes a nap in a chair so that I could show you guys. But he insisted that he wanted to do it. Go and take a nap in the bedroom. So he actually is in the bedroom, unfortunately. He's been going out. It's today here. It's we're at 23 Celsius here. It's 72-ish Fahrenheit. Rather warm. So it's not bad at all for weather. It's rather cloudy though. But it's going to get cold tonight, so we're going down to 32 Fahrenheit. So it's the up and downs of April. And, of course, we've got chocolate for Easter. And it's nice to have all of you here. Anyways, hope that some of you probably may be having family gatherings today, tomorrow, for Easter Sunday. And happy Easter to everybody. Of course, not everybody celebrates Easter this weekend. It depends on different. I think the Orthodox faith has it in a different time frame. A few things like that. So welcome aboard, everybody. Nice to have you on board to this live show on this Saturday, April the 19th, 2025. This is a show about radio. We talk about radio of all its forms and all its ways that you might want to talk about radio. And we just enjoy, a very cool hobby that is a solitary hobby. So that's why we often say, hey, this is the good place to be, because we usually do this alone in our little man caves. And the fact that we can actually join with others and have fun is always kind of cool. So welcome aboard. My name is Gilles, and I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. And we're here to entertain, have fun with radio, tune the bands, talk about radio, answer questions. And whatever happens, we sometimes digress into subjects that are outside a little bit, and then we go back into the subject. Of course, if you hear anything on the bands as we are doing the live show, do let us know what you're hearing or what you don't know. It might be you're hearing what frequency, and we'll be checking it out, see if we can hear it. It's one of the things that's fun here. We can all tune the bands together. Frequency here, 13264. 13264. Upper sideband is I think it's Shannon Valmet. Is it Shannon, or I always mix up this frequency with Shannon and Air Force, Royal Air Force, whether it's let me just check it out here quickly, 2 seconds. So this is 13264 Shannon, yeah, in Ireland. So this is the Aeronautical Valmet Station in Ireland, and that's coming in decently well here, 13264 kilohertz upper sideband at this time. I was actually tuning around, trying to check out the Gander, Newfoundland weather on 13270, and kind of going through the frequencies. I know that 13300 sometimes has some Canadian military communications. There's a few frequencies that are interesting around that range to check out. So I was looking at that a little bit before the live show started. If you are in the mood of chatting with other people, or if you don't know, there is a beautiful chat room here where you can actually enjoy a little moment with other people, ask questions or answer questions, or just interact and have fun. Of course, the rules of the channel, of the live shows: no politics and no religion. And so we keep it at that. And this is why this place is clean, fun, and we just have a great time. There are other places on the internet for that type of discussion. So welcome aboard, everybody. Once this is over, we have a Facebook group that we entertain, which is official SWL channel. And let me just share the Facebook group with you guys. This is the group where when it's all over here, people continue sharing what they're listening to, and it's a lot of fun. There's lots of activity there. We are at, if I look at members, I haven't looked at the actual number of members, 4,164 members and counting. And it is a great place where you can just continue sharing with others, radios you have, whatever. So here's the link to the Facebook page. This keeps the contact in between the live shows, and I share often what I'm listening to there also. One of the things that I wanted to talk about, so welcome everybody on board. It's fun to have you here. One of the things I wanted to talk about is that Sheldon Harvey and me, of course, have a show called the International radio report. And we have had the honor of having been interviewed by the by Radio World. So this was really nice because I mean it's a pretty big radio magazine. It's a well-known magazine for media and broadcasting and radio in general. So this is really, really cool to see that we've been it's been able to have our international radio report show shared and talked about in that magazine. So it's really, really cool. If you haven't seen the official article, do look at it. I'm just looking at it, trying to find where I posted it so I can share it with you guys. So it's right here. Just going to give you a little bit of the... And of course you want to find it, you don't find it. Here it goes. I'm going to check it out here. I'm going to find it on this place. So it's a nice article. Talks about the history, the beginning of the show, and of course the reason why we continue doing the show. The International Radio Report airs on CKUT every. So here we go. Here's the article for our live show that we have on CKUT 90.3 FM in Montreal. The link is too long for the chat, so find a way to make it smaller. Anyways, if you go on the official Shortwave channel Facebook group, you'll see that there's a link there. But the link is too long for here. Sorry. I'll find a way to shorten the link. So anyways, it's a great honor to be part of Radio World and being interviewed, and so it was really, really a lot of fun to be there. Sorry, my phone just fell. So it's kind of an honor, and I've been with Sheldon Sheldon started the show in 1987. I joined in 2017 at the 30th anniversary and been part of the show now, and we're co-hosts and co-producers of the IRR, and it's an ongoing story. We usually record the show on Friday afternoons, and I edit the show on Saturday night and upload it to the CKUT computers. We also have a YouTube channel which you can actually go to, and here's the YouTube channel if you want to check out our shows. It's also archived on ckut.ca and streamed live at 14:30 UTC on Sunday morning, 10:30 a.m. Local time. So here's the link to our YouTube channel if you want to check it out and listen, or it's mostly listen to our latest show. So it's really cool to be part of this, and really cool to have been interviewed for Radio World magazine. Cheers, everybody. I got to take a sip of my beer, Belgian white ale. So, more publicity and more fun, basically. They talk a little bit about my YouTube channel. Also, they mention my YouTube channel. So, welcome aboard, everyone. Let's go into the okay, one last announcement that I'll do. And again, we're a week away from the Shortwave Festival, the Nassau Shortwave Festival. So that means that you have until Thursday to register It's going to be a cool festival. Once again, it's an hybrid festival where Zoom is, if you can't attend, you can join through Zoom. Once again, you don't have to, own a camera or anything to join, and just, join and enjoy the different forums, presentations. There's the hospitality suite that will have me and Sheldon. We'll have a few things that are interesting that are added and that maybe will push you into joining. So, of course, there's the schedule for the Nashua Shortwave Fest that now is pretty much complete. It's final forum schedule. So it starts, first of all, the hospitality suite will be open on Thursday night, April the 24th, as a kind of a little introductory, hello to everybody that wants to join in. And then on Friday, we have the presentations. Throughout all of the day of the presentations, the hospitality suite is open all the time. So you can switch, go from from the presentations to the hospitality suite. I usually have two computers running, so I'm on both all the time. And Saturday will be the same thing. In the forums themselves, well, there's going to be the following forums. Friday, starting at 13 UTC, 9 a.m., The Other Digital Modes by Tom Swisher. So this is going to be interesting. I'm going to talk about other modes like DMR, NXDN, and so on. This could be very interesting. There will be a... so for those that go, because you can go there in person if you want to join, they have a tour of shortwave station and transmitter WINB in Red Lion, Pennsylvania, for those that are attending if they want to join. This will not be on Zoom. It's a special event. 10:30, that's 14:30 UTC, when the internet fails, how radio became our lifeline after Hurricane Helene. This is Thomas Witherspoon. It will be very interesting. He was at the center of the most, probably the hardest hit region and with Hurricane Helene, and he's done a lot to promote radio and help with radio and show how radio kind of was an important thing in times of emergency. Then there's a break starting at 17:30 UTC. There's going to be medium wave DXing, so an overview of medium wave DXing in general. So this is going to be interesting. At 19 UTC, there's going to be an introduction to software-defined radios, SDRs, for those that are wondering about all of these little computer-controlled radios. Then there's going to be at 20:30 UTC, the chaos in U.S. international broadcasting. Events affecting Voice of America, Radio Free Europe, Liberty, Radio Marti, and so on. This is going to be interesting to check out. So this is going to definitely be interesting. So this is going to be really, really nice to check out at 20:30 UTC. Then there's a break, and we'll come back after that at 23:30 UT with In Memoriam. Sheldon Harvey will be, of course, having a look back at DXers and people in the radio world that have left us in the last year, passed away. And then there's the annual Shortwave Shindig that happens. And this, of course, is going to be starting at 0 UTC. And it goes on for hours, but there's other stuff happening. On our side, we're thinking on Friday, possibly Friday night, on the hospitality suite, maybe have a trivia. So we'll have a radio-related trivia going on. So that could be very interesting. I plan to have several listening sessions on the hospitality suite. We all gather around our radios, tune demands, see what's on. I'll have suggestions of things to tune depending on where you live, where you are. So this is going to be interesting. After that, you will have Saturday. We will be back with more presentations at 13 UTC. The DX Hobby as viewed from Europe for medium wave, shortwave, and FM. I will be hosting the forum that's at 1430 UTC, Utility Listening for Beginners. So this is going to be very interesting for those that, maybe haven't dabbled much in utilities. I will be, of course, giving a little introduction there. It'll last about 45 minutes. Then there will be a questions and answer session. Then there's a break and at 1730 UTC, Pirate and Unlicensed Shortwave Broadcasting Report is going to be interesting. At 19 UTC, The Wonderful World of Kiwi SDRs, going to be interesting. At 2030 UTC, there will be the Dummy's Guide to Tuning the World 2025 edition. And this is going to be very interesting. And then there's at the last one will be the importance of radio, including shortwave in Africa. So this is going to be very, very interesting. On that Saturday night, on the Hospitality Suite at 7:30 p.m., that's 2330 UTC, we will have a special guest, a guy that is behind the clandestine stations we hear on shortwave, like Radio Tamazou and so on. If you have ever wondered where that comes from, we will have a special guest that is actually going to be in South Africa at the time, like at 1:30 in the morning there. And he has accepted to join and for a little interview, talk about how important shortwave is in Africa, how his efforts to put up clandestine stations through different relays to different countries is a vital tool. If somebody knows about how important shortwave is in Africa and around the world, he's the guy, because he's behind a lot of projects. So that's, there's a lot of stuff. I think it's really worth it to check it out and be there. 2 days-ish, a little more. Usually so we have the Hospitality Suite open on Thursday night, and usually on the Saturday, the Hospitality Suite goes in through the night. It's like, it's going to be, we'll be recording the International Radio Report live on the event too. That's another thing we'll be doing. And for those that, if one were to know these things, a possible special pirate broadcast around midnight Saturday into Sunday. So lots of cool stuff. So do check it out. It's a great event. And this year, I think more than ever, there's so much to see, so much to do, that I think it's totally worth it for everybody to join in on the Shortwave Fest. It's, I believe, still $15 for the registration for the Zoom-only event. I don't know if there's still some space left for in-person. It's in Fort Washington, Pennsylvania. They have a maximum of 65 people. Last count that I know of, there were close to 50. In person is $45. So you know what? It's totally worth checking out. Lots of fun, and I think it's going to be cool to be there. So hope to see you there. And like I said, even if you don't have a camera, you can just join in. And there's a chat. You can just say, I don't have a cam or microphone. I'm just here to, view the presentations, or just to, follow in as to what's happening. And that's fine. You don't have to show your face. We've had surprises over the years. We've had actual pirate radio guys show up and even be in a state that they are so comfortable that they actually turned on the camera so we could have a face behind certain pirates. So many surprises like that over time that was like, wow, this was cool. This was definitely cool. So hope you can join in. Great event. Okay, Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois. Andrew, shopping in Greater Vancouver, BC. Hope to be home before the start of the show. Bob's Old Records, nice to have you on board. Snowy and cold New Mexico. Here it's 70 Fahrenheit. It's 72 Fahrenheit even. It's warm. So it's kind of interesting to see that it's warmer up here than it is down there. Mike B, nice to have you on board. Bobby, nice to have you here. Master Players Radio and Television, WA5107, SWL, Morgan City, Louisiana. Jean Arrache, salut. J'espère que tu vas bien. TVDXer, salut. J'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. KC2TEL in New Jersey. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here. Hold Radios, nice to have you on board. Mittal Lunar, nice to have you on board. Craig Martinetti from Ontario, Canada. Tim in Texas, nice to have you here. Chuck Schreiber from South Texas. N5 KVO, nice to have you on board. 54 Cal from Northwest Pennsylvania. Just got home from my son's first baseball game. Cool. David Ward, nice to have you here from Temple, Texas. WA5253SWL. Paul in Vermont, AA1SU, nice to have you here. Mattel Lunar, I always forget if your name has one or two L's. Two L's. Yeah, two L's. Brian Penny, nice to have you here from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. Little Paula Cat. Old Radio says there was a tornado warnings on Thursday in the area. Yeah, that's always kind of worrying. Jeff King, nice to have you on board from Jacksonville, Florida. We have Bob's Old Record says buying one of those radios. Our online review for it is great. RJ Dakota, nice to have you here from Winsville, Missouri. W810113. SWL. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. What else do we have? So Old Radio's got radio last week at the swap meet. Needs a new battery pack. EJC, nice to have you here from California. What else do we have? Blogger Die, nice to have you on board. David Ward, 13264, not coming in here in Central Texas. It will probably at some point in the next hour or two is going to probably start kind of making it slowly towards. I hear it stronger and stronger here actually as the time is going by. AJC says Shannon is coming in about S2 in California. What else do we have? AJC looking forward to the Shortwave Fest next week. So yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Bob's Old Record, Trenton seems to be on hold, although there has been no reports received. Yeah, it's becoming almost like a joke. L. Robertson, nice to have you on board from Scotland. Well, I guess you've found out, David Ward, after all that I said and the links that I posted now. Bert, WF7I Homebrew, nice to have you on board. Says he's in Arizona today. Very nice sunny weather, near 70 Fahrenheit. Looking forward to the Nassau coming soon. Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board from Scotland. Nice weather for a while, but now we are paying the price for it. There has to be an up and a down. Sweat Cuts. Emailed Glenn Hauser and wished him happy birthday on April 12th. He responded back with a thank you. Yeah, he usually responds. He's nice. He's a nice guy. Nicole Phillips, nice to have you here from Northwest UK. Pretty cool to have you on board. G6 PGV. Nice to have you here. Just bought a Racal RA117 radio. It needs some attention, unfortunately. Wow, these are interesting radios. Jim Gordon, happy Easter. Nice to have you here. Andy New, nice to have you on board from the UK. I'm 7CUN. And what else do we have? Yeah, let's just keep the conversation to a clean conversation as much as possible concerning VOA and all of that. Penny C, nice to have you on board. Happy Easter. SWL Signals 23, nice to have you on board from sunny Florida. Bob's Old Record, last DX Fest I attended was right after my 21st birthday. Spent most of the time in the hotel bar getting plastered. What else do we have? John Beckham, nice to have you on board from Northeast Florida. Pretty cool to have you here. What else do we have? So, David Ward, 13264, Shannon is fading in. Blogger I ordered the SI 4732 Pocket Mini this morning. Probably my last radio purchase until something changes. Andrew bought 2 times 2200 milliamp hour batteries for my PL330. Ran one down, took 8 days of decent use. So far, 5 hours to get 50% on a wall charger. So, okay. So at least what's nice is like a radio like the PL330 and so on don't use too much power, too much battery power. So they last quite a certain time on those little batteries, for sure. Maltese fan, what mic are you using? A Shure SM58, the standard on so many podcasts and studios. A Shure SM58 plugged into a audio console, where everything is driven and where I should really take time to dust off, because it's like being buried under dust right now. If I leave it like that for another year, it's going to be invisible under the dust. So I need to really clean my stuff. Cornfed 47, happy Easter. Nice to have you here from central Nebraska. I expect maybe we're going to have a little less. I was thinking about that, by the way. We'll have a little less views tonight because maybe some people are in Easter family gatherings. I was thinking about that. And by the way, next week is the Shortwave Fest. This show is not going to be on Saturday. This show next week is going to be on Sunday. We're moving it to Sunday because I don't want to interfere with the Shortwave Fest. So next week, just remember that we'll be on Sunday the 27th at 20 hours UTC for the live show. Just put that on your calendar. And we're not going to be here on Saturday. I will have enough stuff on these days to do something. So, exceptionally, next week, we're on Sunday at 20 hours UTC. So, it's pretty cool to have all of that. I just want to remind everybody that if you love what I do, to love the live shows that I do, there's a super chat. You can actually click a little dollar bill icon. Give me a little something just to say that you're happy that I'm here doing live shows, and buy radios. It helps me buy little things like this little radio that we're going to talk about in a few minutes, and it's also helping buy some equipment, new cameras, new PCs when you have to upgrade radios that maybe I could get to review, and just be here all the time. And of course, there's also something else that you can help me with. If you don't want me to die from starvation, there's, through PayPal, of course, the famous pizza fund, where you can actually give me a little something to help me out, feed myself, make sure that I don't die of starvation. It's very important. So thanks for the donations, guys. Here's the PayPal Pizza Fund link. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So thanks all for contributing to all of this. It is so much appreciated. Multi-Sven, nice audio. Yeah, that microphone is great. It's honestly, it's just, it's funny because on CKUT, I met with one of the guys at the station for when they changed the interface to the CKUT webpage on the page on the website, and one of the things that happened is that when he got on and he saw my setup, he said, "Okay, no wonder you sound good." So kind of interesting. It's a great microphone, honestly. It's not too expensive, and it does a fantastic job at what it is. So let's check out. I'm going to talk a little bit about the SI 4732. Madrio DXer says also got my Mini SI 4732 this week. Incredible radio for its price. EJC still undecided on that little SI radio because of the size. Confed says, yes it was, but I never felt a drop of rain, only watched from a distance. Okay. Tornadoes. Okay. So, if my first little comments that I will make off of this radio. So first of all, I got it with the wideband donut antenna. This quickly is a rather crappy antenna. This is not great, honestly. You're probably better off with a telescopic. And of course, in my case, I got it with the loop, that loop. So I'm using actually my ICOM ICR30 telescopic on this little radio. First things first, it's quite sensitive, and I mean, you will receive most stations that you would receive on pretty much any other radio, portable radio. It is definitely a nice little package. It does have a couple of flaws. It overloads easily. And if you are having or listen on a station close to a very powerful one, example, I was listening to a station on 49 meter band, WWCR that night was very strong. It creates kind of bells and whistles in the circuitry that you kind of hear over the broadcast, which is to expect. I mean, honestly, I paid $40 Canadian. $40 Canadian is like, I don't know, something like $30 US. That's the price I got it for. It was the lowest price I've seen in Canadian dollars. That's why I jumped on board on Amazon Canada. It took me, I think it took 2 weeks for it to arrive. And but you have to admit that for the price that it is, it's surprising. It's very surprising. I was actually telling Sheldon, in the 80s, just having something that has a digital display is, costs you $300-400. And now we've got this little thing that has a display, upper lower sideband, pretty precise tuning. I mean, it's just mind-boggling that we have these radios at such a low price. And of course, one of the reasons is it's based on that chip that does it all, the 4732 chip by Silicon Integrated. So the biggest negative I have off of it, actually, I won't talk about the operations itself because I will update the firmware because apparently it makes the operations much easier. But I will comment on one thing. And there was one comment actually about that on the channel. Somebody asking me, okay, it seems small on the display. I have a hard time with my vision. Will I still be able to use it? Here's the thing. If your vision is not top shape, it's small. It's small. And the writings and the different menus to go and get the different features, the lettering is very small. I actually had to use a magnifier sometimes to get to some of the things I wanted to make sure that I was reading it right. So that is one thing to think about. For the rest, look, I always apply the rule that my reviews are always going with the price of the device. If I put in consideration the price of this thing, it's a fun device to play with, and I would just say just get one and play with it. It's surprising, and I will be making more videos, tuning the bands, tuning the on single sideband, all of that. But my next step is to put to upgrade the firmware on it, so that will be good. The other thing is audio is okay, but it's not super strong. If you're outside where it's noisy, you won't hear nothing. I would suggest that you actually plug in some earphones. There is an earphone jack for that, so that you'll have a better listening experience. Because outside, the audio is not going to be that great. For the rest, man, it's surprising. I got to say that I'm amazed today what we can get for the price, for that price, and how it's. I mean, this thing for $40 beats portables of the 80s that cost hundreds of dollars. It's just so incredible what we get today for this amount of money. It's pretty crazy. What else do we have? Yeah, the the donut wideband antenna is crappy. It's not worth it to get it with that. Get it with a telescopic if you have to. So there's no model or make. It's just called the Mini SI 4732. It's kind of some, almost. It's almost kind of a, amateur type radio put together and built. That's it. There's no make or model really. Everywhere they're going to call it the Mini 4732 or SI 4732. So if you put that, you're going to get it online. You get different colors of choices of colors. They're all the same. All the same. Kevin Michael, Gilles, over-the-air TV will be a thing of the past. 5G is going to be coming to TV in my country. They were talking about ATSC 3, not. It is going to be different. Yeah, we're going to see when time comes. I still see that from being very far away. It just took so long already for HD TV to make it. And here it actually has. We have a rule in Canada that over the air has to be there. So if there's a change in the format, the digital format, and the tuners, unless they change that rule, over the air will be mandatory here in Canada. Yeah, like I said, Blogger Die, there's really no maker model to it. Blogger Dice says eBay is blowing out new old stock Elon Elite executives. Huh. Ray Hacksworth, thinking of buying the Texan PL990X. Expensive, but you said you like it. Still the same thoughts? Yeah, but it's... I don't know what you want exactly in a radio. If you like something big, and I don't know what's the price difference. I haven't looked at the different prices for a while, but I would go, if you want something you're okay with buying an expensive radio, I would go through and get the Texan S2200X instead. But this is a much bigger radio. But it is somewhat better than the Texan PL990X. But for the rest, 990X is great. 880 is great and will save you money. It all depends on what you're kind of looking for. But if you do buy one, it's a great radio. I still love it. Mine's in the kitchen. I have the H501X here. Where I would jump over, somebody asked me that too. Would you consider buying the H501X today? Which is right here. You could see it barely here on the corner of my my screen here. One thing that I would say is that with the Texan S2200X now available, if you would have to get an H501X, I would probably say forget it and go for the S2200X directly. Now, it's not all totally the same. It doesn't have, the S2200X doesn't have Bluetooth, nor does it have stereo on the speakers. It only has one speaker. But for the rest, I think today, if I would go for an H501, I'd go for the S2200X instead. They're not that far in pricing, if I'm not mistaken. So I think the H501X would be better. The S2200X would be better. But if you go for the 990, you're going to get a great radio. Playheads, nice to have you here. Using the Texan R9012 in radio instructions, right? Would use external wire, no problem. So I'm connected external wire, but not work well. Even was better with only telescopic. Yeah, you got to be careful because that wire, depending on where it is, might be bringing you more noise than anything else. That's one thing, because the noise around you might be picked up through the wire. The other thing also to be careful with a wire on a radio like that one is that sometimes if you have very strong signals, the strong signals can overload the receiver and make it actually less sensitive. It's more of a radio that probably works better with just its telescopic. So yeah, there's an earphone jack on it, Penny C. Kev Michael, nice to have you here. 8 p.m. News, Radio 97.1 KNX, and on 1070 kilohertz on the Heart and Hand. 1960s radio last night. Cool. Android Xer, that's what I said in my first impressions video. SSB for a $25 radio was unthinkable years ago. But now it's reality. Yep. It's all has to do with that little chip, the SI4732. Trust in the SI4732 display is very small. I use my phone to magnify the radio. I would like to see a firmware update that would make the menu full screen. Yeah, it's very small. That is the first thing that I noticed. Is like, whoa, it's kind of hard to go through the menus. So every radio could have some good advantage on like the R9012 with an external antenna, like a wire antenna. It all depends on the conditions around you, the amount of noise around you, because the wire can just amplify noise rather than bringing you more signal. You should try that wire, but somewhere where it's really quiet in a park or something. The other thing, like I said, it's if there are very strong signals, it can actually overload the receiver and make it less sensitive. Remember that the R912 is not a very, very expensive radio, so it has the basic, most basic of radio designs. So it's easy to, if you have too much signal, to crap it out. So for the most part, a radio like the R9012 probably works better with just a telescopic. NAD News says, how did that radio compare with the Belka? Yeah, that's a hard one to compare because the Belka is much more expensive. So I would expect the Belka to be much better in many ways. I need to check out, because I have somebody that I know that has a Belka, and I was planning to ask if I could borrow it for a few weeks and talk about it. Because I don't really have much of a desire to buy one, especially if I saw a few things about it, including on how the menus are handled through the Belka, which can sometimes be a pain. But if I could still get one to test, I'd like that. Silver Comanche, I've not watched terrestrial TV in years. Kev Michael and Mushlist, a multiband with shortwave, and VHF Marine with SSB mode. Jim Gordon, the famous Texan PL330 ET, was also based on the SI4732. It remains one of my favorites. Had to get 3 of them until I got one that worked properly. David Ward, I own the ATS 909X2 at PL990. Amazon had the Ethon Executive Elite for $52, so I bought one. I don't care for it, but it is sensitive on SSB. What else do we have? RJ Dakota, over-the-air TV would be mandatory here, but you would need to subscribe to the system. It would be a type of over-the-air paid subscription service. Some local stations stated that they would own their signals. Yeah, because here in Canada, the rule that they made with over-the-air TV is that for people that want to watch the basic TV stations in a city, it kind of is illegal to charge any fees. They have to have an over-the-air signal if they are one of the standard major players, and there's no way it can be in any way a subscription or charge in any way. And it's made, the rules here in Canada are made for that people that are poor, for example, that would have a TV and don't have internet or anything, can still get the big networks and the CBC, which I think is a good idea, because it's not everybody that necessarily has internet or money for cable TV. Cable TV has become very expensive. When I look at my cable bill here, I'm like, wow, I just go crazy. It's like, these companies are screwing us up real good. David Warren, you should order the PL880 and 990 to test side by side. While the 880 had a little better sound, I found the 990 more sensitive in my location. It's possible. I don't have an 880, so I could never compare them. But it is possible one has a better performance over the other, definitely. So that's why it's interesting to see all the comments of everybody that have hands on use of these radios, because if it's models that I don't own, well, at least we can have some people kind of tell us, I own both, and this is what I think, this is what I've found. and it's interesting to compare the notes. Rotten Animal, I can load MP3 radio shows on my H501. Yeah, and I will say one thing with that. Put a memory card with good quality songs on MP3 in that H501X. Dang, it sounds beautiful. Especially if you put it at a certain angle and you're at a certain distance. The stereo sound is clear and it's beautiful, and the audio is amazing. That is really, really amazing. A lot of people complain about the stereo on FM, and the problem with that is not the radio, it's the FM stations. Some FM stations use a lot of compression on their audio. It kind of craps out the audio output of a stereo of the H501 because it's like doesn't sound good, and the frequency response that these stations have isn't good. They kind of try to push the bass too much. But when you put an MP3, which hasn't been tempered with, it's just it's standard audio of the recording. Boy, the H501 is amazing. I've done that a few times, and it's like, oh man, it's not quite, but it's very close to like getting a boombox, honestly. Penny C, thanks, Joe. It's a great radio size to take along when going for walks. Oh yeah, definitely. And one thing also that I didn't mention, if you guys like listening to FM stations and stuff, I'm just gonna do this. Let's see if I can. So here's the CBC, and I don't know if you can see, but there's RDS right here. The text will change. You can see it changes. So it has RDS on FM, and it does get FM broadcast band. That also is a very cool thing for a small little radio. It could. I could see somebody buying this if, they have shortwave, they have all the extra, but if their main interest is just listening to FM, you know what? You've got a cool little radio with an RDS display for, very little money. And it's super portable. I mean, if you look at my hand, you're going to, this is my hand. Now, I do have to say I got big hands, but this is my hand. This is the radio. I mean, it's a small radio. You grab it in your hands. Kev Michael, I wish I could take my radios up the mountain at night. I bet DX would be fantastic. Anywhere you can get away from the noise is brings the life out of radios. It's just incredible. It reminds me when I would go down south to a city called Belleuil, where my sister that passed away had her house, and where she lived. I could see a mountain called Mont Saint Bruno, and I remember I would be out in her backyard with my DX100. Which was my first radio, and I put a 20 feet of wire, and there's something magical, no noise, and just watching the mountain in the beautiful summer evening, and listening. One of the particular things was listening to HCJB out of Quito, Ecuador. Oh man, there's souvenirs of that. It was beautiful. It was definitely beautiful. And by the way, I forgot to mention that everybody that has or gives a donation will be in the drawing for two. We're going to be giving away 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships in May, by the end of May. And also, everybody here, donation or not, we will have a Zoom on. I will confirm with Sheldon Harvey. But if all is well, Sunday, May 18th, we're going to have a Zoom meetup. I want to try to actually attract as many people as possible, because the Zoom will have an extra amount of people possible, because we'll be paying the CIDX will be paying an extra for the fest, the Shortwave Fest, in case we go above 100 people. So we'll use that opportunity at the same time to get as many people from this Shortwave group and channel to show up and be there. So May 18th, to confirm, if everything is all right, Sunday, May the 18th will be the Zoom for everybody, even if you have not donated. And of course, like I said, there will be the memberships, CIDX memberships, that will be given away towards the end of May for those that have donated through. So thanks for the donations. Thank you, Nicole Phillips. Thank you, Blogger Die. Much appreciated for the pizza fund. Thank you so much. And really nice to have supporters on the channel here. Andrew Galloway says, hey Joel, listening, watching from Ottawa. What about the length of the wire? Is it worth to experiment with different lengths? If the length is not that different, if, for example, you put up 25 feet and you could put up 35 feet, that would not give you much difference. But my rule, and the rule that probably everybody will say, if it's just a random wire you're going to put out, we just follow a simple rule. The longest you can put out. The longest you can put out. And you just try that. So there's different things that can make things better. You know, we all know that frequencies have a bandwidth. And of course, that means that if your wires are cut to a certain frequency, a certain resonant frequency, it can also improve your listening experience. So, you know, people will use dipoles and all sorts of things. But as a general rule, for just a very simple wire, we usually go with the rule, the longest you can put up is the best. But I would worry more about where you put it than the length of it. And what I mean by that, in today's world, where noise sources are everywhere, could be your neighbors, could be a business in the neighborhood, one of the biggest problems that a wire can actually bring is you put up a wire and you're like, oh, I just put up 50 feet, but it's not good. Well, maybe that 50 feet is picking up noise that maybe you're not seeing on just the radio itself with the telescopic, for example. So that, you know, could be taking the noise from a neighbor or from something else, utility poles, whatever. So the idea is not to experiment necessarily with different lengths. I would experiment more with try to find the quietest spot where that wire can be put up, which would be more important than the length of it, because you want to have the lowest noise possible, and that's the priority. And that's how you get a lot of signals. If you can get that noise floor down, that's how you're going to get much more signals than, you know, adding an extra 20 feet of wire. Jim Gordon, during my recent stay in the southeast of England near the English Channel, I really enjoyed listening to all the many French stations on FM, some in stereo on my D808, and it's telescopic. Yeah, that must have been cool. Because, I mean, that is really nice. Dave Bosch, thank you for the tip, by the way. And nice to have you here from Fort Washington, Maryland. Nice to have you on board. Air traffic control on 13297. Let's see if I hear anything here. $13,297. Oh, yeah. I was hearing something now. It sounds interesting. It sounds... Well, just gonna check out 13297. Yeah, that would be New York radio. For the Caribbean. New York radio to the Caribbean. Interesting. Kevin Michael, all TV stations, even the movie channel, should be over the air. Cable TV should be shut down. Yeah, well, I got no problem with specialized cable TV for extra stuff. But there's a minimum that I always thought should be, there should be available to everyone. Andrew, if my mom didn't need cable TV, I'd drop it immediately. Streaming channel is not an option for a 90-year-old. Yeah, you got to go with that. And, I always say it, my next door neighbor before, like 6-7 years ago, when I moved here, there's an old lady living next door. And when she moved from here, she was 95. And I remember when we changed from analog to digital television, she was one of those that didn't understand that she turned on the TV one day and there's no stations. She thought her TV was broken. And she came to see me. She came to see me because she's like, well, I'm not getting any channels. Can you come and check my TV? I think it's broken. And I told her, I said, it's not broken. She had a big CRT analog TV. I said, its stations have changed to a digital format. And I told her, I said, there's a little box that costs $30. I can go and buy one for you and hook it up to your TV, and you're going to have TV channels again. And that's what we did, but it's you can't explain it. It's tough to explain to non-techie people and older people. Sometimes she'd come over and she says, when I watch my program, sometimes it freezes for 2-3 seconds and then comes back. And it works. Is there something wrong, or is the box broken? How do you explain to somebody that, yeah, well, digital TV is that. It's when the signal craps out. Yeah, you might have a freeze for a few seconds. It's all or nothing on digital TV. This is what analog TV is cool for. You got a signal, and if it's weaker, well, you got some snow, but you still watch what's there. Same with DAB or HD radio. It's there or it's not. And that's where that's the problem of digital. It's you got it, don't. There's no middle ground. And trying to explain to that person, well, signals are not that strong sometimes, or on the frequencies we're listening to in rabbit ears when we move, I know that even me walking around my office might have been interfering with the signal on our antenna. That's the problem with VHF, UHF frequencies. But how do you explain that? And the people are not techie in general. We're the geeks. We understand these things. They don't, and a lot of people don't. RJ Dakota says many of our regular over-the-air stations have indeed lowered their transmission power. Some of our local FM stations also have lowered their transmission power as well. Yeah, they want to save money as much as possible. So Dave Vosh, thank you for the donation. Michael, CBK, and CBC Regina is at 540 kilohertz Regina. So pretty cool. Bobsville Records, BL880 has excellent sound. Oh yeah, definitely. RF Burns, nice to have you here. Propagation has been terrible the past few days. And unfortunately, I can only monitor VHF, UHF, FM, and DMR. We just had a really bad thunderstorm and the power is out, so can't use my Yaesu FTDX 1200. I listened quite a lot this week. There were a few days where it was surprisingly good in propagation, but there's a lot of disturbances happening with the sun. There's a coronal hole also sending a lot of solar wind. So, Blogger I found the PL880 very similar to the PL990, but medium wave on the 880 is not quite as good. And of course, you can easily use an antenna on long wave, medium wave on the PL990. Yeah, that is the difference with the 880. You can add an external antenna on long wave, medium wave, which is not the case of the 880. RJ Dakota says 3 of our FM stations have been using this compression for years. One station has actually dropped it. AJC says my HDR16 from Shenzhen works well for me here with the HDFM, but I am not too close to FM towers so that it overloads. But the Shenzhen series of HD radios is surprisingly good. The receivers are surprisingly good. I've got the HDR14, and wow, it's a great receiver. Jim Gordon, I was going to go back here. Kevin Michael says, time for another great multi-band radio. So, yeah, somebody probably by accident deleted his comment. Sometimes it's by accident. Mike WX50, speaking of little noise and nice elevation, at both in high school in the late 70s. My DX160 was full of signals then. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a fine... Talking of something here, you know what, guys? We've had our friend Mike WX50 for a long time on board. How about we give him moderator status? Here we go, Mike WX50. Moderator. There we go. And I hit it because I don't have, when a message was blocked, I don't have any options to unblock. So yeah, I thought it was an accident. It can happen. Accidents happen. So John Beckham, Dave Mason singing should have took more than you gave. RJ Dakota, even a small station, WESL 1490, used to have an AM stereo format. Yeah. John Beckham. So here we go. RJ Dakota, most stations were much better than now. Too many FM stations here sound too much alike. Oh yeah, this is everywhere is like that. Everywhere is like that. So yeah, 13297 here is New York. New York. And 15265. Yeah, or 95. Yeah. There's nothing listed on the frequency or mentioning Kevin Michael for Vancouver. Andrew, 14039 USB Morse call sign VA7HA. Cool. Shonarash, you should have a choice between having your TV channels on the internet instead of cable, like in Europe. Here they are trying their best to keep you hooked and that old dinosaur cable. Yeah, they have all sorts of rules of not wanting to do stuff, and it's like, you know. What about terminating a long wire with a 470 ohms and ground rod? That works somewhat, but it has to be a long wire, not just a wire. A long wire is defined as something being a lot longer than 100 feet. Usually that you will terminate with a resistor and a ground rod. But for short standard wires, it doesn't really add anything to it. Toloa, TFP, Toloa's Fishing, Paddling. Nice to have you here. What's on 5950? Some kind of talk radio. Should be WRMI out of Florida. They have all sorts of different programs. So, Kevin Michael says HF bands have been dead. Here. So, what else do we have? Codera says, your recent video on SI 4732 with Radio España, you mentioned that the donut antenna isn't as good as telescopic for shortwave. So donut antenna is this. This is what comes with the radio. It's a loop. It's a wideband loop. They call it the donut wideband antenna. This is what I got with the radio. But this is very crappy. It says 10 kilohertz to 180 megahertz, but very crappy. This thing isn't worth crap, honestly. No problem, Mike. RJ Dakota, are there any stations on medium wave that still use HD radio? We had 3 here and they all switched off their HD signals. A lot of stations have switched it off, but there's still quite a few in the United States that do have it on. Here in Montreal, we only have one on the medium wave band, which is 1650 kilohertz. By the way, I need to make a video because it's a religious station all day, but at 8 p.m. it switches format And the other night, I was testing HD on it, and it came on with Call Israel News, because it's a Jewish station starting at 8 p.m. and they have news from Israel. And I thought, oh, I got a kick out of that, hearing Call Israel. So I want to make a video, post it online. But the funny thing here is that most stations here in Montreal, if you remove that 1650 station that is HD on medium wave, there are 2 stations that are in HD. TSN Sports 690 and CJD 800. And the funniest thing is that they're not even HD on medium wave. They're HD on an FM outlet from the same company that owns the station, Bell, on 107.3. So when you go to 107.3, there's a Rouge FM, which is mostly music. And then you go to HD2, you have TSN Sports. HD3, you got CJAD. So it's not even on medium wave that they do it. They do it on an FM outlet. And a lot of stations do that. What else do we have? Old radios. I get annoyed at same playlists. That's why I collect old radios, because many songs don't get radio play. John Beckham. Yeah. Trustin says the SI 4732 is a good showcase of what is possible with newer technology. It would be nice to see the Texans and XH Datas to start to use this new tech. Well, they do use the SI 4732. The problem is they don't use it in the way that it could be used, because that's the same chip in those radios. It's just that here they've based it differently and give us more options with the same chip. Because this SI 4732 is capable of RDS. It's capable of all sorts of things. It's even capable of the VHF airband. So, what's sad about Texan is I think they don't want to invest in maybe some newer technologies. And they probably save money using the same old displays all the time. But I find it sad that Texan cannot, like a great example, the S2200X. The S2200X. I love it. But if they could have put in that display RDS and a host of new things to make it even better, and use all the features of that, that can be used, it would have made a beautiful radio that would have more. The S2200X is beautiful, but unless you have money and like a big radio, I will never say that's where you need to go. Buy that expensive radio. I'll just tell you, the 880 is great and it's half the price, if even more than half the price. Or even go to a PL680, which is still available, and you get a great radio. And I have a very hard time telling people you should get an S2200X. I will tell more of the enthusiast that's got the cash, that wants something big and loves the cool look, to get it, because it does well what it does. But it doesn't innovate in any way. It doesn't have, it's missing some, cool feature, something that would have been a game changer. Especially when you start selling radios at that price. You expect certain features that you won't see on a, PL330. What does it have that the PL330 doesn't, except airband? Well, it's big and has great sound because it's big, but honestly, the Realty 30 is great. It's much less expensive too. You know. So TFPFtolo Fishing says lots of FMHD, can't find an AMHD yet. Yeah, they're not. There's not as many. You know, they went on the bandwagon quite quickly. For a while, there was a lot of AM stations on HD. But what started happening when that happened? What started happening is that a lot of stations started complaining that they were having heavy interference from some of the HD signals. Because, let's face it, that adds to, you know, the band. I don't know if we could see it here. I don't. Let me see how I can show it. I'm gonna do this. I'm going to show you guys because I think we can clearly see it. If I use my, the SDR that I have here, SDR Connect. So SDR Connect, and I'm going to go tune 1650 kilohertz on medium wave. Like I said, it's the only medium wave station in Montreal that is HD. And now let's go and zoom in on this. Let me try to get it better. Yeah, okay. That should be okay. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, wait a minute. I'm just going to do this. Because there's a... There we go. Like this. So here I am on a medium wave station in Montreal. That's not super strong here. But I'm going to show you with the other camera what it looks like on the screen. So, I'm going to take this. We're going to go here. Sorry guys, won't be very long. Need to get the other camera, which of course is a complicated process. So, if you look at the screen, and I'm going to show you with the other camera here. So let me just turn it on. Activate. There you go. So you guys might see it that it's not super visible, but look how wide band this signal is. Okay? And look, if I do a little bit of change here. Okay? So on each side, you see there's a band here. Well, that band is on each side of the center frequency here. Okay? That is, I don't know if I can remove this panel here to see more, because I'd like to see more. Sorry, I'm just going to try to, oh, here it goes. Maybe this is going to be better. Trying to, okay. There we go, 1650. I'm just trying to center it here. 1650. Whoops. There we go. 1650. Oh, here we're going to see it. So a standard AM signal is this. Okay, we got another one up here, 1690. But have you noticed that this signal here, which is an HD one, look on each side. Look what we have on each side. We have two bands on each side. This is what HD is. This is the HD part of the signal. Have you noticed that it's actually going over the frequencies on each side? And what that does is that it interferes. So 1650 is there, but if you try to tune 1660 or 1640, you'd be interfered with those two bands of data on each side. So that's the negative part of what HD on AM is all about. It interferes with the signals that are on each side. So what happens is that when HD started happening, what happened is that stations were starting, especially at night, when propagation is like, going everywhere, stations started complaining of interference. So all the stations that were 10 kilohertz above or below a strong HD signal, well, there was a lot of noise. So what happened is that a lot of the stations actually shut down their HD because they were interfering with others. And those that left, well, there were no radios. People were not buying radios. People were not mentioning any HD signals. And, we could put it at a worst case scenario, or worst case is that they weren't even mentioning they were on HD most of the time. So what happened? It happened that we just, the stations didn't see the advantage of going through, having HD, because nobody's listening on HD anyways. Plus, they pay an extra for HD. They have to pay an extra to have HD on their transmitters. So, in a cutting cost moment, well, let's just turn that thing off. Jim Gordon. It's a Belgian white ale. Blue Moon. While I was south of the border, there was a great ale, RVs. I don't know if it has any relation to your friend Sheldon. Yeah, it could have some family. Wow. This is the first time I see this. Aeronautical should be very precise in frequency. This plane was 500 hertz off. Wow. I've never seen a plane that is off on frequency. This is so crazy. I've never seen that before. Youch. Michael, nice to have you on board. 81 degrees in northern New Jersey. Here in Montreal, it's 70 degrees Fahrenheit and 21 Celsius right now. I could almost be doing the show from outside. Silver Comanche, no TV stations close to Blythe, California, but good side is I bought 3 radios in the past you recommended. Tiny detail PL330, the F51X, and now it's 2200X out in no man's land and the low noise floor. Well, that's the perfect place for these radios. With low noise, you get signals there. Kevin Michael, 800 is the Big 8, CKLW Windsor, Canada. Night. Here 800 is CJ80 in Montreal. Dave Vosh, the 1 hour of airtime over WRMI depends on the frequency and the power, but you can easily get 1 hour for about $50 to $60 US. Dave Vosh, my Melishite DSP SDR V5 came with 4 antennas. One was the donut antenna, and one had tuning capability with Varicap, 3 resistors, and a switch. Yeah, that looks more like a kind of a magnetic loop or something. Francis Moore, nice to have you on board. When using a long wire, will it give better reception if you use a balun or unun? For receive, the debate is out there. Whatever I'm going to say, somebody's not going to be happy. Honestly, for receive, I don't think it will make much difference. The thing is a balun or unun is there to try to match the impedance of your radio with the wire or the antenna you're using. Technically, yes, on paper, if you match the impedance of your radio and your wire or your antenna, you should be getting a little more signal on paper. But the reason why I'm not saying that necessarily is a bad antenna is a bad antenna. It goes for ham radio. Somebody the other day on the ham bands on 80 meters was having a conversation. A ham was saying that he bought a really good antenna tuner because it really tuned his antennas to make sure they resonate well. I got news for you. A bad antenna stays a bad antenna with an antenna tuner. The only thing an antenna tuner does is match the impedance. It matches your receiver and the wire so that there's a maximum transfer of power, and it's mostly to make sure it saves your transceiver from working too hard. If that wire is bad, it stays bad, and you still don't radiate much of the power. It's still a problem. So we got to stop thinking they have a wrong name. They're not antenna tuners. They're impedance matchers. That's what it is. So a unun or a balun is to match. Technically, it's better for transmit, but for receive, look, the debate is out there. Some say yes, some say no. Some say lowers noise, some say no. I think it has much more to do with your environment and whatever. You know, the beautiful thing about it is don't believe me or believe anybody, or try it. Try it. Do you see a difference? You see a difference? Maybe something is happening that is making a difference. So you just try it and see for yourself. This is the beauty of antennas also. You know, somebody was telling me when I started with my ham license, well, you took that end fed, you put a second long wire to it, which is kind of a weird V. You don't know what you're doing. Well, I can tell you one thing. It gave me 160 meter capability, which was not possible with just the end fed. And second of all, overall, I did have the impression I was making more contacts. And it could be just an impression. It could be just propagation. But you know what? Mind your own freaking business and let people have fun trying things. That's the thing. Okay? Start being a smartass. Nobody likes smartasses anyways. Just, try it and see what happens. There's way more to all of that than just if I had a balun to my antenna, so technically with proper ground, and it's like, oh please, just put a balun and try stuff, okay? And if it works better, hey, it's cool. Like my V-shaped end fed, it's like, hey, that was cool. I'd put it up tomorrow if I was capable of. I am, but I am in a direction where I'm not sure it's a good idea because I think it's going to just make more noise, then again, why shouldn't I try it? Who knows? Maybe it's going to be better. But the thing is experiment and have fun. And that is the most important thing. Have fun. Stop listening to the experts. It's like I'm tired of experts. You know, it's like when somebody... it came to mind this week because I was looking at my S2200X. And, you know, I've got the old S2000 / Eton 750, running 750. And if you love it, it's fine. That's all that counts. But I still remember when I bashed it, saying it was kind of horrible for the price they were sold. Oh, I'm a 40-year-old ham. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, okay. Yeah, whatever. Okay, whatever. I've tested enough radios. I know when it's bad. And I know when it has flaws. That's all. And the rest, you know, just take it the way you want to take it. But if you have fun with a radio, you know, have fun with a radio. I purchased radios over time that were not technically very good in ratings. And I still purchased them. And, you know, some were okay. I liked... Sometimes it's one of those it's like a relationship. Having a radio is like a relationship. Nothing's ever perfect. One part of the relationship could be fun. The other part could be like, nah, that's not my thing. A radio is the same freaking thing. It's like, yeah, okay, well, that's crappy, but that's good. Or that's, you know, we are in a world where a radio like, you know, the Eton 750 or the Texan S2000, the old, you know, version. Oh, it's super freaking sexy. You look at that in a window and it's like, oh, wow. And I for a long time went into that mode of, oh, that radio looks, that looks good. You know, the only thing you've seen is the radio. You haven't tried it, haven't listened to it, but it's like, oh, that radio must be good. And at that price, it must be one fantastic. Yeah, well, that doesn't work like that. It's like buying a PC or buying a Mac or whatever. It's like not necessarily worth your money all the time. It depends on so many things. So I think the best thing is just enjoy what you have if you're happy with it. I mean, I got bashed. I got shit over the Eton 750 review that I did. You know what? It's a fair review. It's not a made-up review. It's a real-world test review with knowledge behind it of how radio behaves. You know, if I tell you your radio's bad, why are you mad at me? I just stated facts about the radio. That's all. You're happy with it. You've been happy for the last 5 years, 10 years with it. Why are you mad? Because I told you that something you purchased is bad? It's a little childish. You know, it's like, you're happy with it. Be happy. That's all. Mad Radio DXer. With the TEF 6686 and SI 4732 chips being used in radios and have tons of features, Texan had better step up their game for the price they sell their radios. Oh, absolutely. I think Texan is at a price at a point where, you know, maybe they just want to surf on that wave of we're selling radios. I mean, how many are they producing? I would like to know. The S2200X is constantly out of stock. But what? Are they making 50 of them? And when the 50 are gone, they're going to make another 50 run out of it? And they go, you know, small amounts all the time? I don't know. We don't know. But one thing for sure is other companies are stepping up to the plate with things that are, you know, look at the Quotas NDX 286. I want to have it as a version with single sideband of that. Because, I mean, that thing is amazing, and it has way more features than any Texan receiver. So, are they just surfing on a wave of, look, we're a major... I think Texan is a major seller of radios. And it came to me so many times that I have the impression that maybe they're just surfing on the wave. And as long as we sell, we're going to continue like that all the time. Kevin Michael, it is great. The Texan PL990 has the 1690 megahertz band during summer. The DX will be great. eSkip, I'm waiting for eSkip. I want to try this summer. I want to try more FM skip. It's something I don't do a lot. I've had the occasion a few times, but come on, I want to try more. John Beckham. Let me just check here. Oh, the E1131, yeah. Oh, look at that. It's cute. And it has shortwave. Oh, look at that. Wow. 3 left in stock. I would have it by April 25th to 30. Maybe you want to buy one now. It does have shortwave. It looks kind of cute. It's 50 Canadian dollars. 3 left in stock. Why are you tempting me, John Beckham? Are you familiar with the DGen D1131? It is a digital pocket portable with shortwave and MP3 player recorder, but it's very unstable where it freezes and you have to reset it. Oh, you have one? Okay. It's 50 Canadian dollars here right now. I see it on Amazon. And so maybe I shouldn't get one. That is the problem with firmware. You know, they need to upgrade the firmware to make it better. Craig Martinetti, no problem. And happy Easter. Francis Moore, thank you so much for the pizza fund. Much appreciated. Jim Gordon. Yeah, Texan is frozen in time. Every time they have a new radio, there's nothing more to offer. It's great. I mean, I'm happy they made, and I wish that would have been the original one, but I'm happy they made the S2200X. That at least now is a good radio. Because, man, that original radio. You know, when people were bashing me about my review of the Eton 750, somebody came up and said, well, yeah, you only like Texan radios. Yo, wake up. The Eton 750, Grundig 750, is a Texan receiver. It's a Texan S2000. So I will bash and I will rant against any Texan radio that's just bad. I am not a Texan fanboy. And look, we are just agreeing about something. Texan is kind of stuck in time. It doesn't innovate. It doesn't make anything new that is wow. It's just okay. You know, if it wasn't for the muting, I would almost joke that, oh, the Texan S2200X, it's a PL330 in a big box. Almost. You get my drift probably in what I'm saying here. Andy, you saw a beautiful National NC109 on X today. Those were the days with band spread and the ham bands. Man, if I was a billionaire, I would be making a weekly show about all the radios I scooped up everywhere that are old radios of all sorts. I'd be drowning in radios. I'd be drowning in radios and cats. Jean Arash, that is probably why Bell's logic is to rebroadcast their AM stations on FM HD. Yeah, totally. But you know what's the problem with that, Jean Arash? It's we are, once again, the geeks. I scanned, when I got my HDR14 the first time, and I'm actually very happy to have an HD radio because I can, really check it out, and if somebody tells me there's a new station or whatever, I even DX'd, and there were a few American stations that actually locked on HD sometimes, and it's so cool. It's so cool. You're on one of those stations from the US that it finally locks for, when the signal gets strong enough, it locks for like maybe a minute, and you hear the change from the audio of an analog to HD, and you're like, wow. And then the display shows all sorts of things. I'm happy to have purchased it. It's expensive, but I'm happy to have purchased it for that reason. To be able to test all of that. And how do you explain? HD is already something for a lot of people, like HD TV, okay. But the average person, everybody knows HD TV. Go on the street, say, oh, what's HD TV? They're not going to tell you, oh, yeah. Go on the street and do the same thing with, oh, HD radio? They're all going to be like looking at you like a lunatic or something. What? There's HD radio? It was never advertised. Most stations don't talk about it. A great example, the station here on 103.3 in the South Shore in Longueuil has Coyote FM. It's a country station, 24 hours a day. How many people know that if you had an HD radio in your home, you could have, because there's no country stations in Montreal in the area. How many, would know that, with an HD radio station, I could have a country music station 24 hours a day? No one. It's not advertised. Nobody freaking knows. And where do you get an HD radio? The Addison Electronics store that I went to does. They have a couple of models. The one of the stores downtown does a couple of models, and that's it. For the rest, you would have to buy one online. And those two stores I just mentioned are not general mainstream stores that everybody goes to. They're very niche market. You go to buy an iFi or whatever. So there's just no advertising of HD radio. There's just no... It's as if it's something that doesn't exist. And then, say you get one. Okay, and that's what I was ranting at Sheldon. Say you're in Montreal, you want to hear CJ80 800 in HD. What people are going to do? They're going to go on 800, punch in the frequency, say, oh, look at that, I'm in HD now. No, you're not. You got to go to 107.3 FM on HD2. And there you'll get HD CJ80. Where's the logic in that? This is where I think it should have been blocked in one specific way. Your station wants to be in HD, it has to be on the main frequency that it broadcasts on and stay there. So, CJ80 800, want to be in HD, should have been on 800 kilohertz in HD, and that's it. No, there's no logic. Try to explain to somebody, oh no, that's not where they are. You got to go on FM to get the HD signal of an AM station. Yeah, that is very logical. It's like, it's all that thing that you're like, come on. You guys are thinking, I don't know what you're thinking about. At least, in Europe, the DAB stuff, it has its own frequency range. It is way clearer than us. If you want to have HD, this is what you have. This is where you go. Us, it's like I don't know, you know. And probably most people, 99% of anybody in North America that has an HD radio, you know where it is? It's in your car. You bought a car, and there was a radio, and there's an HD radio in there. And that's probably where 99% of all HD radios in North America exist. Inside a car. TFB Taloa Fishing. Can you even purchase an HD portable Subaru as it in all cars? I know Honda and Ford put HD in the upper trim level cars. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's just what I was saying. So where do you get one of those? You know? So, Jay Watterson, nice to have you here. Shout out to Polly Cat. Nice to have you here. Happy Easter. Yeah, Paul, 1650 is a 1,000 watt station only. It's 1 kilowatts. It's in it's in an industrial area in Ville Saint Laurent, which is west of me. And the reason I hear it is it's broadcasting towards the east. But if you would go to the west part of the island of Montreal, even there you won't even hear it. Dave Vosh, since I've never been able to afford an IC8600, the S2200X is the pinnacle of my hopes, dreams, and aspirations. Yeah, there are unfortunately limits to what we can buy if we are not rich. And yeah, you know, it's like, still remember saving all my cash to buy a Kenwood R5000 in 1990. You know, it's like, wow, this is my dreams. You know, you never think about we'll have something else. You know, when I got my Yaesu FTDX10 here, you know, the first thing I thought that crossed my mind is choose wisely, my friend, because you do not buy $2,000 radios every year. And this might actually be your, you know, it could not be. I don't see the future. I don't know. But part of me thought, you know, it could be your last radio that you can afford at that price in the future. You know, you don't buy those regularly. So, yeah, you got to choose wisely and see what you got. RJ Dakota, Hyundai has, all the cars have HD radio. I think pretty much all the cars today have HD radios coming in. Mark Markland, thank you so much for the tip. You're much appreciated. You're very generous, and I really, really appreciate. Thank you so much for this. Kevin Michael, yeah, because you know why you're not getting anything on 13297? It's really an East Coast Caribbean. So it's New York radio and there's Caribbean Route B. There's nothing else on that frequency. So in the Pacific, on the Pacific, you're probably not hearing anything. Jerry 69, high frequency perhaps. I don't know. He was asking for a cell call, but it was off by 500 hertz, which shouldn't be for a plane. I'll tell you that. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. Nice to have you on board. Chairwaston 69 says, I don't care what everybody says. My DGD 31MS is the best. Don't start me now. Yeah, you know, the important thing is to have fun. Uh, 57 Steve DX. I've heard ATC tell aircrew that they were off frequency a couple of times. Oh, interesting. I never heard that. By the way, hi everyone from Southeast Georgia. Nice to have you on board. Shimon Ben Chaim agreed that it's a hobby for fun and not a legal requirement. Kenneth, KW61. Now you reminded me of old Hank Williams Senior song, mind your business. Oh, God. I like your humor. Oh, Tuber Tim. Why not? Why not? You take what, you do what you can. You do what you can. A friend of mine that lives in the in Massachusetts is he can't, with all the homeowner agreement shit, he can't put up any outdoor antennas. But he's got a passion for ham radio, and he set up a dipole in his living room. It's just there on the ceiling or something. And you know what? I don't know how many countries it's contacted over time. It's like, you do what you can. You do what you can. Some people have rain gutter antennas. We should make a book. Unusual antennas. Rain gutter, palm tree antennas, balcony plant antennas. It's like when I told someone that couldn't put an MLA30, he says everybody will see it. Are you allowed to have a plant on your balcony? Get one of those big, sturdy, really nice plants and just shove the MLA30 inside it. Nobody will see there's an antenna inside that plant, and you'll be getting some great DX. It's like, whatever works, whatever happens, wherever you are. I'm lucky. I know that if someday I would have to move from here, how can you go and explain, well, I will rent this, but I would like to have a 75 feet antenna in your backyard. It's kind of a rough sell, So, I don't know. It's, that's why I've always played the I'm not saying anything kind of rule. When I was living the apartment before here, it was so I had the clothesline, which was a aluminum clothesline wire, and I just clipped my antenna to it. Hey, it's a clothesline. Doesn't look like an antenna. Or sometimes I just put the wire on that clothesline and just, push it out as far as it goes. Now my antenna's here. When I got here, I didn't ask. I just did it. And let's see what happens next. Is someone going to say something? Nobody said anything. Fine. We'll keep it that way. They know. I know that, the landlord knows. But you know what? He doesn't care. So it's like, okay, it's fine. If I would live somewhere and they're going to say, I don't like what you just did, you gotta get it out. Okay, well, I'll see what's next. What's next? What's next? Here I have the privilege, not just of a affordable rent. I have a privilege of, I help out. I do stuff. I mow the lawn. I shovel. All sorts of things that the landlord is happy because he's 71 years old, and he's starting to get tired, and he's like, I got somebody to help me. So in return, I think it has a win-win situation. I won't say anything. As long as the neighbors don't say nothing, I don't care if whatever you do in the backyard and put wires everywhere. And you help me, and I think that's cool. That's the way it should be. But not everybody has this situation. A lot of you are stuck in I can't even put a freaking wire outside because somebody's going to complain. Yeah. If I would be in that situation, I can imagine how, what I'm going to do. I'm going to always be in the park listening to the radio. Even my ham radio stuff. Urban. I was thinking the other day, as if I would move from here, I do not plan to, but when you never know what life brings. How would I, could I do a series? Actually, I already thought about maybe I should do a series of so your landlord or where your homeowner agreement crap doesn't allow you to put up antennas. What do? Let's pretend I'm in that situation. Make videos of, well, here are things you can do. And maybe it would help some people to do something like that. John Beckham, prunus is not my cup of tea. Yeah, no, me neither. Madrid the Exer says, wish my rain gutters in my apartment were metal to use as an antenna for my ham radio. Oh, they're plastic. Oh, that's sad. You know. Manuel DXer says, Joe, I had the same with a couple of radios. I showed the performance, and a lot of people said I was wrong because I said it was average. Seems like I hurt their feelings. That's what happens. It's because people paid hard-earned money for it. You just told them that radio they bought is no good or not the best, and they take it personally. Hey, it's a radio. Wake up. Brent Sutherland, as I understand, the chip in the Codasen can do SSB. I'm not sure because Codasen itself says that the next version will have SSB. The chip might not be able to, but maybe they can add a circuit for it. I don't know. We'll see, because I've heard a lot of people saying that the TF6686 does not do SSB, where the SI4732. Maybe they'll pair both. They'll have the TF6686 and the SI4732 and do some kind of mix, and it will have single sideband. Maybe that's what's going to happen. Thank you, London 19657, for the donation. Michael, I have this Eton 750 reviewed the radio, spot on. I agree with him, but I own one and still use it. And you know what? I mean, it's sensitive and everything. You are going to get all the stations, and you can tune single sideband signals. It's not that it doesn't work, and it's not that it will not do the job you want it to do. It just has flaws. And as earlier, we talked about this little radio. I always put my reviews that have to do with the price paid for the radio. That's why I am tough with the 750. Look at the price that it's sold for. That's where I put all my, this is why I can't agree. But you know what? If you're happy with it, that is fine. That's the thing. Yeah, London 19657. Yeah. It is kind of, for the price paid, it's sad. TFP Tolo fishing. Some people don't think you need a special antenna. Yeah. Old Radio says HD is advertised in his area. Cool. That's good. Toast and love. Nice to have you here. RJ Dakota says only one radio station to advertise its HD2 format, at least locally. KSHE2 and is 80s rock. I'll listen to that. Marty68, you do such a great job on here as our host. Thank you so much, my friend. Nice to have you here from Southeast Georgia. Sean Arash, the logic is that having 800 in HD would cause problems. Yeah, I'm not even sure that's the cause. I don't know. You know, and the worst part of CJ80 isn't very strong at night. It has this weird pattern. And the funniest thing about 800, so for those that don't know, and those that do know, of course we have, Quebec is mostly francophone, but we have anglophone or Anglo parts. And CJD 800 is one of those stations that caters to the Anglo population. And in Montreal, most of the Anglos live on the west part of the island. There's kind of a divide. You know, the east part of the island is francophone, west part is anglophone. But the weird thing about 800 is that their pattern at night has to change, as not to interfere with other stations, and it actually broadcasts more like towards the southeast. So the anglophone population of the island complains that they don't hear HCJB. What am I saying? HCJB, CJ80 very well at night because they're broadcasting away from that population, which is their target listeners. So it's like one of those things that's like, yeah, okay. So maybe they should get an HD radio because they'd be having that station all the time. London 19657, nice to have you here from Pennsylvania. Dusseldorf, we have stationed here 107.3 WQLT. RJ Dakota, once every hour, every local HD station has to tell you that there are HD1. Oh, really? Wow. Mike WX50, yeah. When you get to HD, you have several divisions, several sub-channels of HD. So, for example, here I've got, 107.3 FM is the main adult pop rock radio. If I go to HD1, I will have TSN Sports. HD2, I will have CJ80 800 Talk Radio. So this is due to HD. So every time you get on an HD channel, look for HD1, 2, and 3. There might be different programming in the same frequency you're tuned to on the different HD sub-channels. This is kind of cool, though, because it's like, oh, wow. Jeff K and 2ZNN, nice to have you here from New Jersey. TFP Low Fishing, some have 3 channels or more, and I think New Orleans Public Radio has 3 at least different programming. Most of them. For example, WVPS out of Burlington, Vermont, that I get here, has their main NPR programming on HD1. Then you go to HD2, it's classical music, and HD3 is BBC World Service 24 hours. So if I want to listen to the BBC World Service, I could just tune 107.9 FM on my little HD radio and go to HD3 and listen to the BBC 24 hours a day, which I find so cool, by the way. Brian, KG8CO, would there be enough bandwidth in the AM broadcast band for HD? Yeah, well, I just, maybe you missed my demonstration a little earlier. So HD exists on the AM band. But the problem is that we have an HD format in North America, which is IBOC, in-band over carrier HD. The problem is it takes a lot of space. So I was showing that a little earlier on the video. It has 2 bands of data on each side that interfere with each channel on the side. And that is a big problem. The cool part is it does bring your AM analog into a very high quality HD signal. But it will interfere with the neighbors. And there's a lot of problem with that when the AM HD station started. Like RJ Dakota says, beside the main channel, there are 3 substations for a total of 4, HD1 being the main. So, you know. TFB low fishing. I used to use a mag mount on an iron skillet when I just got a ham license for local repeater work. RJ Dakota, I used to use the rain gutter as an antenna. It really didn't work that well. Yeah, it's not, you know, I mean, it's prone to so many things. First of all, it's prone to interference. That's a signal in 25 meters, including signals from China. I think the propagation tonight is maybe not too bad. I'll tell you. .610 maybe from Madagascar, KNLS. London 19657. Scrolled through to my 100 feet RG8 cable. I guess I need a new one. Oh, that's sad. You know what? I'm a guy that isn't very. I'm not scared of, you know, insects and spiders. I know a lot of people are scared of spiders. I'm not scared of spiders. I actually find them cute. And last year, in September, there was a huge spider web in my backyards on the balcony, and it was tied to my infed antenna that I use for my Yisu. So you guys are gonna find me so stupid, but I would go up, and you know, it's like I would see the spider in the middle of the web, and I was like, "Don't go into the wire, okay? I'm gonna go transmit on my my ham transceiver." Okay, so don't go on the wire, you're going to get fried. So, one night, I didn't think about it. I didn't go see if the spider was still in the middle. So, that night it had rained a little bit, and I didn't know the spider would hide just under the balun of my infed antenna where there's the ground screw. So I didn't think about it because I would always go and watch and check it out. And I was like, I don't want to hurt the spider. And I didn't think about it that night. And I was like, I started transmitting, and it's like I came back and I was like, oh shit, I just fried the spider. The spider was dead on the screw. And I was like, I fried a spider with 100 watts. I'm so sad, so sorry. Oh god. Jeff K, back in the 60s, they were playing with anyway, I remember that. Man, in the Black Town. Yeah, Def. Oh, man. Mike B. Jack and the Beanstalk Plantano. Yeah, why not? Why not? Kevin Michael, I wish I could find a app to convert my phone to an over-the-air multi-band radio while using the earbuds for an antenna. Oh, man. Jean Arash, how did the clothesline antenna perform? Well, where I was back then, it performed well because there was no noise. So it was amazing. I was getting DX there that, you know, I got bummed out when I moved here. Because I used that, I moved there, it was like an emergency moving when my mother, quick story short, my mom and my dad would be very violent with my mom and everything. So it was like an emergency, let's move somewhere. So I just opened the ads and looked at, okay, I'm going to go see this apartment. Looked nice. Okay, rent. And that night, I told my mom, my dad wasn't there. I told my mom, you're moving out with me. I'm tired of seeing this shit. And she moved out and everything, and we like it was a very quick thing. It's like there was no time thinking. I couldn't take days, and when we moved, we couldn't take days. It was like it's now or never. So we moved there, and it was extremely quiet. Extremely quiet. I put my antenna in a clothesline, and man, I would get DX from all over the world. It was just so amazing. And we're talking 1992, 3 ish, that period of time. So it was great. And when I moved from there to here, that's where I got bummed out. Here, the noise floor was, and 2000 when I arrived, already very high. But it's not something you think about. I lived through 2 places that were very quiet. I didn't think that, oh, the next place is going to be very noisy. It was in my head. I just plugged my Kenwood R5000. It was my Kenwood R5000 back then. I just turned it on. I was like, oh crap, this is so noisy. And I was a little bummed out when I moved here. I got to tell you that. Dusseldorf used mostly invisible antennas, and a lot of people are probably doing that too. Kenneth KW161 probably did, but we did not put clothes on it because we had a dryer. Oswald Rackers, the MLA 30 Plus is a bit of a disappointment to me. I live in an apartment, but when I was a kid back in the 70s, I had a long wire that kicked ass. Unfortunately, the MLA 30 in certain situations is a lifesaver. It's not always. It depends really clearly on where you live. And we can never go and think about going back in the 70s, 80s, even the 90s. It's another time period in life. Sean Arash, try moving in a small village. The good thing about that is you'll have to lower noise. Yeah. As long as your neighbor's not too close. Because I'm sure even in small villages could be surprising. But yeah. Oh yeah, Gilligan's Island when he was listening to the radio on his fillings. What else do we have? We go down slowly. Well, that's an idea though. That I then think, here you see all of the radio geeks that are very imaginative and think about things to do. So, and probably I would have thought about it at some point. Like Francis Moore, you can get clips to run a long wire along the plastic guttering. Ah, that's something you could do. Jeff K, feed some copper wire in the gutters. There you go. People have a lot of ideas here. RJ Dakota, the metals and crystalline materials they used to use in dental fillings were conductive to the medium waves or shortwave signals. Oh man. John Beckham, how does your little blue radio SI 4732 perform? Surprising for the price. I mean, I can't complain for the price. It has its shortcomings, but you'll see a more general review. I'm going to update the firmware to have the latest, which is apparently a lot better. Rock and Rod, nice to have you here. Around the ground wire to the cold water pipe for the S2200X, there was no change in reception at all. Is the ground wire just for safety? It's not just for safety. In some cases, it could technically change things because it creates a complete circuit with an antenna. But for the most part, it doesn't necessarily change anything. It's really not just safety, but it does not necessarily change anything. And remember one thing, if your cold water pipe runs a long distance before it gets into the ground or something, you know what? That cold water pipe is not a ground. It's an antenna. To a ground, to be called a ground, needs to be very short distance from the radio to the ground. That is a ground. If it's very far away, it's not a ground. Properties change immediately. This is the complex relation of ground and antenna, and it's very, very complex. It's a whole story in itself. It's almost a 10,000 page book in itself. Tustin on the TV bands, I think they put multiple sub channels and squeeze into some. There were a few things like I need to find it. I don't know where it is. I've lost. I need to find it. I've got one here, a sub channel radio, which is an FM sub channel receiver. You put it on the frequency of an FM station, and you have sub channels that you can hear. Actually, today it's different because a lot of those, like a lot of stations, a lot of restaurants, a lot of places have their own feed. But there used to be a time when McDonald's, for example, if you'd go and you hear that, like, elevator music, it was a sub channel from an FM station. They would just, pay a fee and have a sub channel. And so what happened is that these sub channels now became, unique stuff that they want to do. But there's still a lot of ethnic stations. Here in Montreal, there was a Sri Lankan community substation, a Hindu community substation that would have their own programming on a sub-carrier of the FM channels. And I believe there was the same thing that did happen with the TV bands, Tosin Love. John Beckham, technically, here's where the lower noise is. Okay, we're going to talk about that. John Beckham says, I believe that a good ground can lower noise. And here's where it could. Because it doesn't always, it depends on how it's done. I've got from my Yesu here to the backyard 75 feet of coax. Now, coax is a center conductor and a shield around it. There's a shield around the conductor. The shield is what is supposed to protect the conductor from getting interference. But for that shield to do that job, it has to be grounded. So, in my case, having a ground is impossible, but I've noticed that taking the shield and attaching it to the big metal shed in my backyard does an actual job of removing noise. So I'll I can't explain it because a big metal shed cannot be a ground technically, but it works. Okay. So if you are if your installation is good and you can really ground yourself well, because that shield If you have 100 feet of coax, that shield's going to protect you from the noise getting into that copper wire in the middle to reach your radio. So this is where it removes noise. But just, I don't know, a long wire, 100 feet, and grounding a radio, that doesn't remove noise. It's not going to do a job with that. It's when the cases where you have a shielded cable going from your radio into the antenna. You want to have that shield grounded as much as possible. It's going to lower that noise. Blogger Dice, Radio Sputnik still on the air in DC area. I believe all outlets of Radio Sputnik were removed from most broadcasters after a FCC ruling last year, because there was a lot of these Russian Radio Sputnik stations that were, they can't own a radio station in the United States. So what they did is, but if we go to a station and say, we want to rent 16 hours a day of Radio Sputnik on your station, can we do so? And yes, it was possible. Because technically they don't own the station, they just rent airtime. But the FCC changed that and said, no, you can't. So I believe Radio Sputnik, and it's the same for apparently some China Radio International outlets. No, you can't rent airtime anymore. I mean, these guys were renting airtime, and you didn't even know there was not an American U.S. station. They used American presenters that sounded like any American guy or girl in the United States on a radio station. So you could not make a difference except if you actually closely listened to the program. So this is what happened. Okay, Michael, Radio Filipinas and Radio Thailand still not? Nope. Their transmitters, they closed the transmitter sites on, and so they're not back. It's so sad that, collateral damage, VOA and Radio Filipinas not being on the air due to the closure of VOA transmitter sites. There's a very interesting article I was reading today about the Greenville transmitter site with one of the tech guys that actually was there to help with the transmitters, and he said the transmitter is screwed. The Greenville transmitter site is gone. They said that the savage way that they were turned off, there's some leaks in the cooling system now because it was not supposed to be shut down in that way. So it broke the transmitters. So the tech guy of the transmitter side, which is apparently a third-party company, by the way, has nothing to do. He was not hired by VOA itself. It's a third-party company that takes care of those. And he said, nope, they're never going to get back on the air unless they spend millions to fix it. Old radios can get the AM to work on my Sony HD probably because I got that flimsy antenna for AM. But do you have HD stations on AM around you? Francis Moore, is the HDR16 HD good set for 126 pounds? Let me just check it out here. HDR16 San Gian. Oh yeah, that one. Here's what I'm gonna say to you. Okay? So here it's 180 Canadian dollars. My experience with Sangean HD sets is great. And what I mean by that is the receivers are good, and if you want to dabble with HD, it's good. But here's the thing. You said 126 pounds. You are in the UK, Francis? There's no HD stations in the UK. You have to get a DAB radio. That is an HD radio set for North America. What you need there is a DAB plus receiver. So I don't think that does DAB. That does North America, unless they have both versions. Does it say DAB plus in your area? SDR 16. Oh, HDR 16, sorry. Because you got to be careful, because our standards, North America and Europe, are very different. So this is an HD radio for North America, I'm pretty sure. So what you need there is a DAB radio, because in Europe you guys don't have the same standard. John Beckham, 11610, coming in very well in Northeast Florida. Yeah, from Madagascar. Planet 003, 7365, 11930, Killers Morning, Radio Vesti, testing. Yeah, there's that station. There's a new station from Australia also that is supposed to be here all weekend. If you guys want to try 2355 kilohertz, 120 meter band, they are there. Yeah, if you have bugs, Jean Arrache, on your antennas, I can tell you, you're going to kill them just with 100 watts transmit. For sure. Matt, MDK2 from Denver, Colorado. Nice to have you on board. 86, 30 Celsius last week. Wow. Then we got snow all day yesterday. That's April for you. Here it's 68 Fahrenheit now. 19 Celsius. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board, my friend. Happy Easter, everybody. Take care, Kev Michael. Yeah, aluminum clothesline works surprisingly well in general as antennas. By the way, I just want to mention that if you like what I do and you're happy with having this show on every Saturday, plus the videos I make, radios I buy, sometimes I'm grading equipment. Come on, guys. And it's not always the same people to give money. You can give a little something through the super chat here. Any amount helps. It doesn't matter, okay? It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Also, if you don't want me to starve to death, there's the PayPal Pizza Fund, okay? You guys have seen the juicy pizza I get all the time. Well, you know what? It's thanks to you guys. And don't forget that you can help out with the Pizza Fund. It is amazing how it helps out. You guys have been really, really cool. And it's just so much fun, once again, to be here all the time. I've had this downtime where I had a hard time getting back into live shows. And lately, I've been having a lot of fun doing this, and that's the key of it. If you don't have fun, you can't perform. You can't be there. And you know what you guys donations do is it kind of helps. It's kind of cool. So thanks everybody for being there for me, and thanks for donating. And once again, you're having fun with this. Don't forget that there's so much out there that you can just think about it, that nothing's free. I got to pay a bigger internet bill, and I don't want to sound like desperate or anything. I just want to say one thing, is that you're paying for your favorite channels on TV. You're paying for so many services. Well, you know what? If Gilles heals you, helps you feel good, it helps you pass several hours each week and a cool moment and a beautiful moment and a beautiful time. Well, think about it. And thanks for the donations, guys. And by the way, a couple of things happening in May. Anybody that donates is in the drawing for 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships. That includes the Messenger Bulletin, a monthly Zoom, and you will also, everybody, this one is for everybody. May 18th, if all goes well, I'll confirm the date next week. Zoom meeting for everybody. Okay? Zoom meeting for everybody. We're just going to have fun. Doesn't matter if you don't have a camera, but you know what? Join us. It's going to be great. And thanks, everyone, because you guys are great. Okay? And I think this is, say it all the time, this is the best group ever. Ever. Okay? Ever. So, and it has to stay that way. It has to be the best group ever. I mean, we've got great people here. So, what else do we have? What else do we have? Toast and Loaf, S7 or 8 noise level most of the time. Yeah, that's high. It's like me. Most of the time, you know, look at my, this is the MLE30, and I'm on 9996, trying to monitor RWM time signal. 9996, I've got, the Nino's have an S8 noise level, which is crazy. I mean, this is why we don't hear the weak stuff. And we don't hear more on shortwave. So, aluminum. London 19657. Aluminum? John Beckham, Jill, did you ever build a foxhole radio which consists of a radio blade in place of a cat's whisker? No, I've never did that. I never did that. I remember one. So, I was a very geeky teenage guy in my own. That's another fun. Let's go in a fun moment of my teenage years, young teenage years. So I was, I don't know, 13, 14 years old. My summer vacation consisted of, I was lucky to have a swimming pool at the park just at the corner street. And the same park was my high school and was also had a library. So the geek in me, enjoying its summer vacation as a teenager, would go to the swimming pool from like noon to about 4 p.m. because I just enjoyed myself there with my friends. We'd have a lot of fun in the pool. And then my friends would just leave off because they would, like, their parents would be there and they're going to go supper or whatever, they're going to go eat. I was more of a, I'm left alone, whatever happens, I decide what I do. At 4 p.m., I'd get up, go to the library. And there I'd go check radio books. I'd go check electronic books, weather books, because I always enjoyed the weather and all of that. Everything science was kind of cool for me. Astronomy books. And one day, I get out of the pool. I go there. There's a new book, and it's 50 experiments you can do with everything you have at home. And I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool. Start looking through the book and I'm like, oh, this is fun. So I go back home, and one of them was how to do a crystal radio with very basic elements. Another one was how to create a compass with a needle and a jar of water and a kind of a corkscrew, like for wine bottles. Stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, this is so much fun. And that was, these souvenirs for me are some of the best I can imagine in life. And I remember I got this solar kit one day. So my uncle, one of my uncles comes over, and I'm like 14, and he says, I'm going to give you a little something, and he gives me like $20, and so in my wallet I have like $40. So of course, what do you do with $40 and you're a geek and you like electronics? You go to Radio Shack. What can I do with $40 at Radio Shack? It's like a candy store. It's like you go to Radio Shack. So I'm looking through stuff and I see that, oh, the solar, there's like this 50 experiment solar experiment kit is on sale at like $19.99. I'm like, oh, $20. I'll get this 50 experiment kit with solar panels. That looks cool. So I buy that and I go home. And I mean, I'm having a blast. This thing is making me do little experiments in electronics and stuff. It's just so cool. Build me a radio, a solar radio, with the little earbud that, like, oh wow, this is so cool. This is just so great. I've never built like what you said, John Beckham, but you know what? I've had so much fun times with these little experiments and these little things. And I remember that weekend, my niece was coming over, which was very young, and we'd make games. And I was very good at inventing games because that's what my sister always told me, that my nieces and nephews always loved me because, you know, when you have nothing, you invent something. So I had that solar kit, and I thought, oh, maybe we could do a game. So the game was, it was like in a dark room, I would have the solar kit, and I'd have a flashlight at the other end with a very focused beam. And I was like, okay, we got to take, a tennis ball. And it was on a kind of an alarm kind of thing. So it's like when the light would go off, you would hear the alarm start. So I said, okay, now we got to play a game. Each of us has got to throw the tennis ball 10 times. And every time that it actually blocks the light and that the alarm goes off, you get 1 point. So, I would be very imaginative. I was the guy that's like, I got so many ideas of stuff. And I still remember we're both in the dark and we're throwing that tennis ball. But you know what? These are some of the most amazing souvenirs of young days. It's just so cool. I still do that today, by the way. It's not just being young. It's like if my niece would come over and said, "Hey, you want to try it again?" Like when we were, when I was 14 and you were 8, let's go for it. I'd be happy. I remember amazing my niece. And I said, "Look at this." I would take a flashlight, put a piece of newspaper where there's print, and then use a magnifying glass, and on the ceiling we could see the writing. And she was like, "Oh wow, this is so cool." We'd take pictures, we'd take all sorts of things. Oh man, these were so great days where we didn't have to think much about paying bills. 54 cal loop on the ground works pretty good. Just don't forget about it when you mow the grass. Yeah, that is something not to forget. David Ward chose a K480 WLA instead of millimeter 30. 20 in the air now and works pretty good. Before that, I connected speaker wire to 2 sections of my metal gutter. It's okay, not great. Yeah, the K180 WLA is not bad. It seems to have improved. You know what? I should maybe purchase one of them again and test it more. So, Skylar Phoenix, nice to have you here. Back from a snowshoe hike in Colorado. Snow is like mashed potatoes. Took my Texan PL 330. Need to do more experimenting because not good reception. Wonder if mountains are in the way. Not necessarily. Maybe just propagation. And in Colorado, you're still pretty much midday. Not the best time for tuning around. That's also something. And part of the day today, we had some geomagnetic storming. All of that mixed in. Try it again next time. Sometimes propagation is just not, in our in the positive side. Quad stereo in the 60s. Oh man. Quadraphonic sound. Take care, Bobby. Always nice to have you on board. Really nice to have all of you here, of course. And have a great time with pizza, my friend. Take care. Okay. Silver Comanche, a 5-car parking, metal roof closed my window. Alligator clip 25 feet. Shielded wire to the radio in the desert and hear the world. RJ Dakota, Radio Sputnik is no longer available in Kansas City. No, I think they were all shut down. All of them. All of them. Sweatcats, DSN, Deep Space Network material dish. Receiving download from Voyager 1. That's the ultimate DX. Billions of kilometers away. Yeah, I think they were 24 hours at one point, RJ Dakota. I think you're right. At one point, they were 24 hours. It's like, oh, I don't own the station, but I just pay airtime for 24 hours. That's like owning a station now. Francis Moore, I have a friend, mobile ham, who uses his truck bodywork as the earth, and it works perfectly. Yeah, any antennas that are made for, that the ground plane is metal. I've got one example in my backyard. I've got that VHF, UHF mobile. My metal shed is very big. When I put that on the metal shed, and then the magnet just smacked on the metal shed. No wonder my VHF, UHF with just a little mobile wideband antenna isn't that bad, actually. Mike B, I want to use splitter for my AN80 to my PL330 and D101WB simultaneously. Does it need to be mono or will it work stereo? It depends on how the connector is built. It can work. It can work with a stereo, but sometimes it needs a specific plug. Brent Sutherland, present-day Sansui is not the same company as the famous Japanese company. It's just the same brand name. That is the biggest problem. That is the biggest problem in today's branding of like all the names. It's like when I see somebody say, oh, look, there's a Grundig. No, that's not a Grundig. It's not a Grundig in what we know Grundig is all about. And there's so many brand names today that, no, they just sold their name. They just sold their name. It's not the same thing at all. At all. And so you get to a point where you're like, no, don't rely on a brand. It might be sold to a Chinese company. And I mean, when you're at the end of, well, now I'm not going to sell anything with this brand, but I can make millions. I can sell my brand for millions of dollars. Hey, it's money. But the problem is us consumers are kind of fooled. Because, I had that with the Ethon 750. Somebody mentioning, oh, I got the Grundig 750. That was a good version. No, it's just a brand name. The radio is the same freaking thing. And this is sad because it fools people. If you get a Grundig radio today, some people that are not knowledgeable will be, oh, Grundig, best thing ever. Yeah, no, it's just a name. It's made by some Chinese company, and no, it's not. It's not. It's not a grinding quality you expect anymore. You know. Taking a plane to Colorado, Matt. I'm gonna be there soon for your pizza. Penny C, thanks for sharing your knowledge with us. Hey, I'm happy to be here in London, 19657. Thank you for being so generous. Much appreciated. Man. Bummer, got plans May 18th. Well, we'll try. Maybe it'd be. You know what? I will see when the CIDX monthly meeting is. If they've planned it already for May 18th, it could be the week after. Which would be what, May 25th? So, you know. Bob, nice to have you here from sunny Scotland. Francis Moore. Found my late father's RAF radio operator's badge and a box of screws today. It was like finding a gold nugget. Oh, man. That is great. You know, when I remember, you know, you get stuff in life sometimes that is just so cool. When I got one of the big Army radios when I was younger, it was a big rack, and there was a drawer in the rack, and I opened the rack, and it was the Canadian Air Force manual to operating radio apparatus, and I was like, this is so cool. And it was a real beautiful book with a binder, and it was like golden letters on the top, and it felt so official, and it was like, oh, this is so cool. I got some official Canadian military documentation. This is so great, you know. Blogger I just got a really strong signal from WWVB on my clock in Virginia. That's cool. London 19657. Wow, never did that. Innocent times. Yeah. Marty68, well, we learned so much from you and is appreciated. I enjoy your stories and your Moscow Nights dance. Thank you so much. You know, it's fun to share all of this with everybody. So many things. Blogger Die and the Chinese company that really made the radio you probably never heard of. Yeah, Aronda, Ratty. Yeah, absolutely. All these weird names, you know. Oh, the 480. Okay, there's a 480. The 480 WLA is the improved. Okay, thanks, David Ward. You know what? Maybe I should be ordering one of those and check it out. Thanks for the info. I'll be checking that out. I only wish RJ Dakota. I only wish Sony and Panasonic would come back out with reasonable receivers. There's no offense there. Blue Royal, nice to have you here. There's no offense. We have our, you know. I'd be curious to know, you know, like Realistic. You know, who made Realistic was a Radio Shack brand, but who made the shortwave radios back in the day? I know some models were made by St. Jean apparently, but I mean, you know, scanner radios. Some were made by GRE in Japan, but there's a lot of stuff. They had different companies. That was back in the day when, you know, things were made in Taiwan, or, I mean, in the 80s when I started, nothing was made in China. There was no made in China. We had made in Taiwan, made in the Philippines. I remember that. So made in Taiwan, the Philippines, made in Malaysia. These were the three, kind of the part of the three big countries that made electronics back in the day. And that was the electronics market at the time. They were probably the China cheap equivalent of today, or inexpensive. We'll call it whatever you want. But it's you know it was, but the stuff was interesting. It was not always top shape, top quality. I think Panasonic was one of those that it was always pretty much always made in Japan back in the day. And they had good stuff. They had average stuff too. But I mean, how much money we spent. Today I can't believe I have more than 100 radios in 2025. And I'm not rich. In 1985-ish, to have 25 radios, I would have to have been rich. It's a very different market and different thing that's happening today. I mean, we gotta think about that. John Beckham says strongly supported realistic, even though some of my friends ridiculed me. Radio Shack was ridiculed for a while. And I think it went back to when Radio Shack started way back in like the 50s or 60s. They did have very crappy stuff. But it went better and better as time went by. And maybe some people are still ridiculing people about buying at Radio Shack after a certain time. Made in Korea, old radios. Yeah. Made in Korea was also something. Yep, we don't see that much anymore. Block or Die, Realistic DX300 was made by General Research of Electron GRE in Japan. So here we go. So GRE made shortwave radios too. That's interesting. Yeah, because back in the day, no one was making stuff in China yet. Back in the day, we had all these different, like Korea, Malaysia, Taiwan. These were where things were made. That's pretty crazy. And I remember back in the day and several times being burned out by... So, my observations over the years was that Panasonic was higher end electronics. Everything I purchased from Panasonic, even today, when it's really Panasonic branded, is superior quality from most other brands. It's more expensive too. Sanyo was the disappointing stuff. I had a Sanyo boombox in late 80s that stopped working after a year and a half. A Sanyo Walkman, which was like the reverse. The Walkman that has a reverse. When the tape goes to the end, it just switches back and goes. You don't have to switch the cassette. That thing didn't even last a year. I think it broke down like a month after the warranty went off. One of my best friends had a Sanyo boombox too that like just gave out after. Sanyo was like the crappy stuff. But Panasonic was good. They'd always had good stuff. And my microwave is a Panasonic. Why? Because the Panasonic, the microwave I had before was a Panasonic. It lasted 25 freaking years. So when I went online, I said, I want to have a Panasonic. And you know what? I'm so happy. It's like probably 10 years now. The one I have here, it looks quality. It feels quality. It's aluminum finish. It does like feel like a good device. I think Panasonic still is trying to keep doing good stuff today. But it's one of the rare brands that still exists that I think you can be trustworthy. And I'm not even sure in 2025. Maybe things have changed. Yeah, Matsushita Electronic Company is Panasonic, John Bacon. That is Panasonic. That is totally Panasonic. Home radios, yeah, of course, Germany. Anything made in Germany is always good. You know that. It's always like the top stuff. Turbo Tim Heathkit, yeah, I made shortwave radio kits you had to assemble back in the 70s. I had my one of my uncles that would buy Heathkit stuff like hi-fi stereo system and stuff like that, and that would build them. And I remember going to his place and seeing all the electronics. It's like the room is full of electronics. It's just crazy. Heathkit. That catalog. The Heathkit catalog. It's a drool. You're just drooling looking at every page. Heathkit. Yeah. Stuff we don't do anymore. People don't want to build anymore. I was looking the other day of... I went on Amazon actually the other day and started looking at kits you can build of electronic stuff, and there's Alenco there that still have quite a few electronic kits, AM radio, AM FM radio. I was trying to see, can I buy something that I could, make a video of every step by step building it. And it's, man, God, I miss those days. And no one today wants to make those. Find a kid that wants to make or build an electronic device. Yeah, right. They got these things in their hands. Yeah, like I'm gonna build something. I got this in my hand. It's way better than building that crap that I'm not even sure is gonna work. I don't know. TFP, Teloish Fishing, I have a transoceanic with the logbook. Never have plugged it in. Needs some tubes, I'm sure, and the transformer. I'm sure it dried out. Yeah. You should take a look into it. There's a company online that sells tubes at very decent prices, too. I'm trying to remember the name of that company. But you know what? You need to not stress it out. You can't plug it into an outlet. You have to slowly bring power to it. But it you know what? It'd be great to turn it on. You're reminding me of my dad had his boss had a beautiful resort up north where we would go. And I always remember there was this huge AM shortwave radio, not FM. AM shortwave radio was a big, wall-mounted thing. And every time I would go there, I would be like, man, does it work? Can we turn it on? It wasn't plugged in, because I remember one day I thought, click. There's the button there. It's like, click. And nothing's happening. Maybe it's not plugged in. But, I'm not at home, and it's my dad's boss place. I was like, I'm not going to, maybe it doesn't work anyways. But I was always intrigued. I was like, oh, man, I'd like to see this thing work. It's so beautiful. I mean, that thing was a piece of furniture. Linda B says, speaking of old radios, I inherited a 1946 Zenith Boomerang AM wooden tabletop radio. Works great. Cool. That's fun. That must be fun to play with. C, how would you introduce kids into shortwave radio? My yacht boy don't do the trick. Wow, that is That is a tough one. I don't, when people tell me it was like today's kids are too impressed with new stuff, I don't think that's the problem. Go back in time. How many of us were impressed with shortwave 20 years ago? Compared to everybody we know? Not a lot of people, eh? And I think that's still the same today. It's not that it's shortwave. It's not that it's radio. It's still not a lot of people get interested in what we do. This channel is interesting for that. It was able to bring in quite a lot of people that are much younger into our hobby. But still, how do you impress enough someone that is young about shortwave radio? I think it has to do with the same exact thing of the day. 20 years, 30 years, 40 years ago. You got to have the one that is geeky enough that's like, this is cool. And it's a minority of people. It was back then, it will still be today. So, first of all, find something very specific. And what I would do if I had a kid in front of me, okay, so what's cool about this? Find a broadcast that is in the language he understands. Number one. Turn that radio on, telescope out, and say, what you're hearing now comes from Spain, and it's invisible waves that this radio is getting from the antenna from Spain crossing the Atlantic Ocean. Now, if that doesn't impress the kid, don't try anything else. It doesn't matter. You want to impress him ever. Whoever gets impressed by that will already be that kid that was going to be like, wow, really? That radio station coming out? And then you can explain stuff. But you couldn't back then, and you can't today, impress a kid just because you turn on that radio. And it doesn't have to do anything about being a radio. The age of the technology is not the problem. It's finding whoever is like, oh, wow, this is cool. This channel is getting some of those. People are like 20 years old and are like, oh, this is so cool. But that's it. There's not that many of them. There weren't that many of them back in the day. We are, the old geeky guys. Yeah, auto reverse, Matt. Absolutely. WICE50 says, I had a Sanyo black and white TV and it wasn't the best. Yeah. Thursday, Dakota. I used to also remember CBS used to have a company that made radios for them. Oh yeah, it's a great microwave. Mike WX50. That Penny C, my Sony CD player did not last. It's possible. I think every brand could have something that maybe was not the best. Brent Sunderland, yep, Panasonic was the Matsushita group, which sounded weird. Panasonic was actually a better name. So, Technics, Mag Radio DX, or Technics was also part of Panasonic and, the Matsushita. So they made great stuff. And they had different brand names with it, Cosmic Lettuce, nice to have you here. Emerson was always my choice back then. You guys remember when there was, oh man, what was the name of that thing? Let me think. I forgot the name. That was a cheap stuff. There was Citizen, and what was the other brand, which was kind of same Jutan International or whatever. That was the cheapest stuff you could have. And 1965-7, always loved the Odd Boy. Black or Die, my Panasonic RF 85 shortwave radio works well since 1980s. 57DX. I believe Sanjian make the C-Crane CC radio. No, the C-Crane CC radios are made by Retson. Retson makes them. Steve. I know for a fact that Retson makes them. Which they don't make any shortwave radios anymore because they used to make shortwave radios. But Retson makes them for CC radio, not Sanjian. Richard Myers, I had a Sony ICF Shortwave 55 back in the day. Amazing little portable. Hitachi, Toshiba, and JVC made good radios too. Had a Hitachi TV, Toshiba. I would buy Toshiba laptops all the time. They were the best of the best. They would last until Toshiba decided no more laptops. Francis Moore, Panasonic Tough Books are unbelievably good. My friend is a paramedic and they all use them. Yeah, the Tough Books have a kind of a quality requirement. They can be dropped. They're made to be really. They're not called Tough Books for a reason. They are made to be really tough. Mike B, my Panasonic RF 2400D made in Indonesia. Great quality, simple, reliable. Yeah, I got one here. I need to get it out. Mike WX50 always loved the Panasonic RF 2900 and finally bought one a few years ago. Oh, man. Black or Die sold half a dozen Yacht Boys a few years back. Oh, Juliet. Oh, God. That was like cheap stuff. John Beckham. Oh, man. Bob, I had a Panasonic Walkman back in the 80s. I thought it finally arrived. Panasonic was the best. Yeah. Old radios, I really want to know how to solder and have something work. You know what? Go on YouTube. There are some great tutorials on how you solder. If you've never done an electronic course, the trick to good solder is understanding that you need to heat enough so that the solder actually really reacts with what you're doing. And at the same time, know how to protect sensitive electronics from burning out. But it's not that hard, but it's a skill. It's a skill. Black or Die, I built a Lafayette KT 340 from a kid that's a teenager. London 1965-7, the internet has made life too easy for youngsters. You know, when I was a tech guy for 15 years, people are telling me that the young generation today is going to, kill the tech guy world. And I said, nope. Because the tech guy knows the deep workings of everything. The young generation, they know how it works on the surface, have no idea how it works inside. So my job is safe. If I continued, I didn't continue for a very simple reason. Not because the young generation knows more than me. They don't. Because technology became too cheap. To make a living off, for anybody that rants at, fixing electronics is way too expensive. The problem is you got to understand the big picture. To make a living off of something, you have to make enough money that pays the bills, the gas, everything. plus everything you need, your tools, and everything else. And what happens is when I started in 2000, a computer was anywhere from $1,500 to $2,500. So if I told you it's $300 in 2000, oh, it's much less than a computer. But in 2015, when I did the same job, people were like, so you tell me that changing my hard drive, reinstalling Windows, and making sure everything's all right is $350 on a $500 computer. I get that difference is, yeah, I know. I can't go below $350. Why? I'm going to spend 4 hours at your place installing Windows, car expense or whatever expense that goes with it, everything that goes with it. Like, I'm going to charge you $40. What I'm going to be I'm going to be on the street begging for money or something? It's like people just don't see the relation that goes with that. It's not that you want to be greedy or anything. It's like, well, yeah, but without that amount of money for that amount of time I'm here, I will not live. I won't pay food. I won't pay my rent, my bills. It's a very complex thing, and that's why electronics is being killed on fixing stuff. You know, because people go with their... A great example. You know when I made that video of Hofsep here in at Park Avenue in Montreal? A guy came in with the guy was like, it's nostalgia. I've got this radio to fix. And I remember I got a glimpse of the radio, and I was like, well, that's like $100 radio. And the guy, Joseph, said, you know, I don't think it's a good idea to have it fixed because it's going to cost you a lot more than the radio is worth. And he couldn't understand why, but it's like, yeah, but you're bringing a $100 radio. He's going to spend hours troubleshooting, fixing. You want him to what? Charge you $20? He's got rent to pay on that big place. He's got, you know, he's got to live. And this is where the distance gets very big because people don't understand. They think we're trying to screw them. Because that's the feel I had so many times. Oh, you're trying to screw us. No, I'm not. I want to live a decent life with my job. You don't understand. And that's why a lot of the fixing hobby, the fixing guys are gone. Just like, no, you know what? Okay. So I always go somewhere thinking that I'm trying to screw anyone. And not counting calls that I get, they're like, oh wow, this is so expensive. Wow, you're really trying to screw us. It's like, no, you get to a point where it's like, okay, the hell with it. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. And it's not that people want to necessarily screw you. It's like the whole cost of operating and fixing a thing that finally doesn't cost a lot of money. It's not worth it anymore. Unfortunately, that's life. Unfortunately, that's life. Sorry. Channel Master, oh God. Matthew the Exter. For me, radio has to come from the heart, same as if someone likes chess. Et voila. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. True tone, silver tone. Yeah. Oh, man. So, hey guys, you want me to continue? I'll have 2 requests for you guys. We're at, what? We're at 7, so we're at 23:24 UT. 3 hours and 24 minutes into the show. I want to go check on one thing. My little duties as I want to make sure that everybody's all right. And I'll get another beer and we can continue for a while. But I will go need to pee also at the same time. So love you guys. Don't forget, there's the super chat. And don't forget there's the pizza fund. So I will be checking out my pizza fund from PayPal. I'll be looking at my duties to make sure everybody's all right. And I will be coming back in a minute or two with more. And I'm going to talk about more of what we're talking about. And try to... There's so many brands from the past that are interesting to see. And depending on the country where we are, it's so different. So different. So, I am going to freeze it here. And I will go and pee, get a beer. And I will be back in a few seconds. Anything interesting I could leave you with? Let's see here. Okay. Here's... Upper sideband. The soothing sounds of Gander Radio in Newfoundland, Canada.
Wind 260 degrees, 8 knots. Visibility more than 6 miles. Clear. Becoming between 1600 Zulu and 18000. Wind variable, 3 knots. Sea clouds at 8,000. Calgary. Forecast amended at 2112 Zulu. Valid from the 19th at 2100 Zulu until the 20th at 1800 Zulu. Wind 120 degrees, 6 knots. Visibility more than 6 miles. 2,000 scattered. Ceiling 3,000 overcast. Temporarily 2100 Zulu until 0100 Zulu. Visibility 5 miles. Light rain showers, thunderstorm in the vicinity, ceiling 2,000 overcast, cumulonimbus. From 0100 Zulu, wind 360 degrees, 6 knots, visibility more than 6 miles, ceiling 3,000 broken, 8,000 broken. From 0600 Zulu, wind 010 degrees, 8 knots, visibility more than 6 miles, 3,000 scattered. Temporarily 0900 Zulu until 1500 Zulu, ceiling 3,000 broken. Becoming between 1000 Zulu and 1200 Zulu, wind variable, 3 knots. Churchill, from 2300 Zulu, wind 200 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 28 knots, visibility more than 6 miles, ceiling 8,000 overcast. From 0200 Zulu, wind 200 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 28 knots, visibility 3 miles, light rain, light snow, ceiling 1,500 broken, 3,000 overcast. Temporarily 0200 Zulu until until 0800 Zulu, visibility 6 miles, light rain 1,500 scattered, ceiling 3,000 overcast. From 0800 Zulu, wind 220 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 25 knots, visibility 5 miles, light rain showers, mist, ceiling 800 broken, 1,500 overcast. Temporarily 0800 Zulu until 1000 Zulu, visibility more than 6 miles, no significant weather, 800 scattered, ceiling 1,500 overcast. This is Gender Radio out.
Just in time. Just in time. Okay. Server Command has a new Panasonic Z95B OLED 65-inch TV coming up. Bob says, I had a Panasonic Walkman in the 90s. I thought it would finally arrive. Panasonic was the best. Yep. Okay. MDK2 hearing Furley's on CRI Cantonese 17540. Wow. Okay. And all the brands that were back in the day, that it's like today when you're talking about trying to make sense of all the all the brands that we have today. Honestly, back in the day it was a little same. Like, who makes what and where does it come from? So, There you go. Bob has a perfect. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Et voila. Yep, silver tone. Oh, Sears. Yeah, Sears had. Sears, and even Sears branded stuff. You remember, guys? Sears branded stuff. There's a lot of that. I remember my dad buying a Sears stereo system back in the day. Oh, God. Oh, Quasar. Oh, wow. Zenith. I got here. Still working. 1984 Zenith VHS. Yep, Toshiba laptops. I remember I was doing tech guy duties and I went to a karaoke bar where I would go all the time. And one of the guys there looked at me and says, "Ooh, you got a Toshiba laptop. You're a rich guy." I'm not a rich guy. I just want to buy the good stuff. Blackguard Eye has a great comment here. Anybody that wants to start in soldering of electronic stuff with, like, today's radios and today's electronics, There used to be a time when we had soldering guns that were like really powerful. Do not do today's electronics with those. You want a low wattage, down to earth soldering gun, because you're gonna freaking burn out all the circuit around it if you don't use low wattage. These soldering guns are fantastic for certain jobs, but for today's electronics, nope. They're gonna burn the hell out of the components on this circuit board. Very important. Then in 19657, I'm amazed if anyone could make money fixing computers this day and age. Well, there's still a market because there's still some people out there that I see doing it. But I knew that my days were numbered in about 2015 when I saw the cheap computers coming out. I was like, yeah, you're gonna ask me $300 for a $300 for a computer? Nah, okay. I get it. I understand. I totally understand. Oh, it's been going on. Yeah, absolutely, Matt. It's been going on for a long time. I think, you know what, Matt? When things were transistorized, this is where the trend of we're not going to fix this started going strong. I'll blame it on one thing. A lot of lazy repair shops. I'm not going to touch that. I still remember a repair shop that, I don't know, it closed down maybe 10 years ago. About, I don't know, 10 minutes from here, walking distance. You know when my Kenwood R5000 started doing the dots problem in the display? I knew it was the PLL circuit and the goo they put on that started, creating problems. I went there. That guy had been doing electronics repairs for like 40 years. He just looked at my Kenwood R5000 and said, "Oh, I don't touch that. You don't touch that. It's a radio." When somebody tells me, it's like, "Oh, well, I don't touch that." It's a radio. You fix radios. That's a radio. It ain't different from any other radio. It's just a little more complex. Because a high-end radio, but this is still a radio. And I still remember, he looked at me and said, "Oh, I don't touch that." "Yeah, but I can tell you what's wrong if you want to fix it." And it's like, if you know what's wrong, why don't you fix it? That's I don't want to. Okay, this is not going to work. But at the same time, it's like the Kenwood R5000 from 1990 is still so spaced out that anybody that is into fixing electronics, I think they should be able to fix this without any problem. And that's why I went to the ICOM ICRD500. I was like, oh, okay. So you're not willing to fix it. And I always thought, okay, that's the laziness of today's electronics people. You don't want to? Okay. That's so sad. You don't want to. Linda B, my first shortwave radio was an Alicrafter's S38 receiver that my grandfather gave me. All I needed was a long copper wire for an antenna, and it picked up tons of overseas stations. Yeah, back in the day, man. Back in the day, today we talk about how, we need a minimum of a decent radio to get and get out of the noise to get stations. Back in the day, you just put the radio, put a piece of wire outside, and it's like, oh, look at that. I got tons of stations from overseas. Like I had a wristwatch service and it costs a lot more than a watch costs new, but it's sentimental. That is another thing. There are things you want to have fixed because it ain't the cost. It's important to you. I had one. Once again, when you say repair, people are like, I had a Timex watch, but it was a beautiful Timex watch. It was one that I was fond of it. It was all red. The way it was just amazing. And it's just a battery. The battery dies. And I go to a place to have the battery changed. Watch comes back and says, "Oh, your watch doesn't work." And I'm like, "Okay, I brought you the watch at 2:05. Look, it says 2:05. We're 2:15. It worked before I freaking brought it here." So she goes back, comes back, says, "No, your watch is broken." It's not freaking broken. It had time until 2:05. Do something about it. The guy comes out and says, "What are you going to do about it?" Well, you know what? And I actually told him, and it was so funny. I said, "I'm going to go outside and just say, crappy shop, don't go in. Crappy shop, don't go in. And I won't stop doing that until you fix it." Because it works. If you don't know how to put a battery on the freaking watch, that's your problem. And it took like 10 minutes, and the battery and the watch came back, and it was working. I was like, yeah. And I remember she told me, it's like, "Oh, it's going to be $25. I was like, "Yeah, you're lucky I'm going to fucking pay you." I'm sorry. I use a bad word. I shouldn't. But it was like, yeah, come on. You know what? No, I'm not paying. Go to hell. Of course I paid, but it was like, this is where we are today in fixing stuff? Oh, man. RJ Dakota, the Masterworks label radios were designed in Japan, but I don't know the manufacturer. Huh. Crazy. Okay, let me find the spot I was on. Matt says, "Hey, damn, that hey guys made my heart stop for a moment." Yeah, I should have two different wordings. Hey guys, when it's over, and I'm coming back soon or something. Oh, man. Scatter Phoenix, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. What's the music while you were away? What music? It was Gander Radio. Like I love CHU. Thinking Gander of that. WKRP in Cincinnati. Yeah, the Christmas. What was it? Oh, it's Christmas turkey, eh? Not the. Not the Christmas. The Thanksgiving turkey drop. Oh God. Lagerdice says we have a computer shop in Charlottesville. They fix computers and phones. I think they're reasonable. Cool. Oh, Bloggerdi, send the pictures to my email. I'll show them if you want. Bloggerdi just sent to official Shortwave Radio at gmail.com. I will post the pictures if you want to share. I'd like that. It'd be cool. My WX50 computer repair was often trying to clear a computer of virus. The virus returned because they downloaded another one. The consumer would fix. Think you should come back and fix it again. You know, I had so many of those. I remember a old couple, and you're the tech guy. It's like a doctor. You keep it to yourself of whatever's happening. If the patient comes in and says, well, my penis it burns when I pee, it's like, you keep it to yourself. It's, you know what it is. And that was the position of a tech guy too. So you go to a couple, they're both there. Oh, there's this naked woman in my screen. Okay. As a tech guy, the tech guy knows you went to a website that you shouldn't to and clicked something. I'm not dumb. That's the way it happens. It doesn't happen on its own. It's not magical. So it's like, well, sometimes you go to a website, and I was trying to be some super correct and super, like, yeah. I'm not here to create a fight between a couple. And I was like, okay, yeah, well, I fixed it. It's cleaned. I think it's all right. So she calls me back, 2 months later? Oh, the naked women on the screen are back. So I guess it's covered by some kind of warranty. No, it's not. If they're back, it's your fault. You did something that you did 2 months ago. This is not going to be a freebie. And so she started ranting and saying, well, what is this kind of service? There should be a warranty. And she says, she ends up like, what a crappy service. I'm going to call somebody else. So I just ended up blurting, okay, wake up. Your husband is watching porn when you're probably asleep. If you're too stupid to understand that, that's your problem. Maybe you should have a talk with your husband. So go F yourself. And I just hang up. And I was like, wake up. Wake the F up. So, this is what a tech guy has to go through with so many things. So many things. Not counting that the tech guy is a psychologist, because he's listening to the life of everybody. And I got to tell you, I've heard stories that are incredible. They trust you. While you're fixing, they just talk to you about, whatever. And I'm the kind of guy that maybe people trust even more because I listen and I interact and I'm trying to do stuff. I'll still remember one story. And that's one out of. I should make a YouTube channel out of everything that happened to me in a tech guy 15 years. I think it would be popular. So I sit down, and this woman, she's a real estate dealer. She sells houses and stuff, and she's really nice. She's been I've been. Actually, her mom hired me first and said, okay, I found a great tech guy. And she gave my name to the daughter. And daughter loved me. She was like, and she had a great dog. The dog was fantastic. The dog was like, that dog loved me so much. And she would always tell the dog, stop annoying the tech guy. But every time she'd go away, the dog would slowly come back. I was like, yeah, you're nice. But anyways, one day she looks at me, she's really serious. And I'm like, I'm going on vacation in Mexico, and I'm a little worried, I'm a little stressed. And I'm like, why are you stressed? And I'm fixing a computer. And it's like, well, last time I went to Mexico was with my husband. And he died there. So I understand it's like a really serious moment. So she says, I told my husband, let's go scuba diving. And that day there was a lot of currents, and we went scuba diving, and my husband got caught in one of the currents, and he drowned. And so, and she says, I barely got out of that place alive too. So I'm like, oh God, this is freaking serious business. So she says, now I'm going back 10 years later with my new boyfriend. And I feel bad. I feel weird. And so I look at her and said, look, um, you can't feel guilty all the time because you went scuba diving with your husband and it happened. Things happen sometimes and you just have no control. You can't feel guilty about everything. He did want to go scuba diving with you. It's not like you dragged him out into the ocean. So um, there's no guilt to have there. Okay? And I said, take the time to heal. Take the time to go there with your new boyfriend and to make it the best time ever. And if you don't feel comfortable, you know what? You don't have to go. You don't have to go scuba diving. Just take the time. And there are so many things like that over time that I had these as a tech guy. If there is one thing that I will be proud of and be happy and think it's one of the most wonderful times of my life, the 15 years as a tech guy, meeting all the people, talking with all the people, being in their lives. I mean, you don't understand. I'm the tech guy that goes house calls. Imagine all of you out there. If I enter your home, entering your home is entering your life. You know, how do you like people that you don't know entering your home? There's not a lot of people that go there. Your home is your sanctuary, is your life. And I'm the privileged guy that goes into everybody's life, seeing how it is, you know. I went to houses of like, $10 million houses. I went to the poorest freaking people you can meet that they just saved the you don't even know if they're going to eat because they saved money to pay you to fix that darn computer that broke down. I lived through all of that. It shaped a lot of my mind, a lot of what I think about society, a lot of what I think about everything around me. I saw people that were like, I remember this woman telling me, look, I saved all of this just to pay to fix my computer. And I remember telling her, it's like, keep it. I don't need the money. It's all right. And she looks at me. She said, well, I'll be jealous. I'll be very uncomfortable calling you again if there's a problem. I said, don't be. I understand. It's all right. It's all right. Don't worry. One of the moments where I cried, going out, I went to fix. It's a client that I went there so many times, and the daughter and the mother were like the fighting all the time, fighting. And I went there one day. She opens the door. Mother has no more hair on her head, and the first thing I thought is, oh God, she has cancer. Because that's the first thing you think. It's like a woman with no hair on her head, she's got cancer. And I don't say anything. I just look and it's like, oh, hi. I pretend nothing is happening. Her daughter, sweetest girl in the world, helping her mom and everything. And her mom sits down and says, You must have noticed how different things are from the last time you came here. And, I said, yeah, it was very different. She says, well, I'm, you know, stage 5 cancer and I'm not making it. I'm going to die soon. And now she's understanding that her mom is not going to be there ever. And so I'm fixing the computer and I like fix it and everything. And inside me, I'm like, oh God, this is so freaking heavy of a moment. It's like, so as I get up, everything's fine. And I told her, it's like, if there's anything, I'm going to be back. Okay? And she looks at me and she says, thank you so much. And she comes to handle me the money. I said, oh, no, I don't need money. Sorry. Kid, do something with your daughter with it. And I told her, I said, go to a restaurant, whatever. Have your daughter have a good time. And she looks at me, she says, you know what? From the first day, I almost cried because I'm saying, she said, from the first day I saw you as my tech guy, I knew you were a sweet man. And she says, wow, it's so beautiful what you did now. And I went outside, turned around, and she's greeting me and she says, this will be the last time we will see each other. Maybe we'll see each other on the other side. And she shakes my hand. She closes the door. I'm on the sidewalk where in June, one of the most beautiful days, one of those perfect sunny days, I'm on the sidewalk, tears in my eyes. And I've got nothing else that day. I just called a couple of my friends that I know are, ready. And I said, hey guys, it's noon hour, we get lunch and have a few beers. I'm just so out there. I'm just like, oh man, this gets me like at the heart, and it's just so heavy and just so fucking. This is the life of everyday people, and I lived through hundreds of those in 15 years, in every sort of way. And boy, it's hard. I'll tell you that. So let's get a little more positive. Hey, Blogger Die, take care of yourself. Sanctions on the Russian government. Yeah, it's 2024, the FCC. Blogger Die. We talked about it on the International Radar Report, actually. Brian KGACO. How often do I use the ICR 8500? Never. Never since I got an SDR. Because I use the SDR. Matt says, yep, Sears had its own version of the Atari 2600. Apparently they had their own version of the Yaesu RG7 too. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen a picture of that. Somewhere, sorry. So Zenith now owned by LG. Okay. You do get what you pay for, yeah, definitely. Pirate on 6940. Let's check it out. It's an AM mode. But there is I think that must be Wolverine checking in on 6960 kilohertz upper sideband, real strong here. It's like an interval signal. 6960 upper side, and that must be Wolverine. Not in 19657. I can't solder and have zero knowledge of electronics, which is partly why I admire this channel. Fred Water, anyone have an email address for reception reports to Radio Nacional Amazonas? Yeah, I had one. Let me check. Radio Nacional. Nacional. Yeah, it's Wolverine. It just ID'd. Wolverine Radio, very strong. Yeah, their email is, what was it? Radio Nacional at EBC. Wait, let me try to get that. Radio Nacional at ebc.com.br. That's what I have here. That's true, RGA Dakota. Everything says on its rear, no user serviceable parts inside. That's because companies don't want you to play inside those little things. I mean, gulag in Russia. But, you know, it's like, I got it. So to go back up. Bob says room in the hot tub to sign up for Grindr. You might meet some other radio-related chicks. I don't know. You know, stuff is like that. Yeah, Mike WX50. Yeah, probably. Not that the Sears branding. It was there for that. If you like Sears, you know, my mom would buy off the Sears catalog all the time. She'd buy my clothes for school on the Sears catalog. It was like, I'm sorry, that was kind of pathetic, but that's life. That's life. You know. Oh, that's true, Jean Arash. You need to evolve your knowledge as technology advances. Absolutely. One of my uncle, was a radio TV repair guy, and he actually took a course to fix VCRs because he knew it was a thing that was important to fix after that. Because, you know, at $800, you would have your VCR fixed. Robert Varner, my first shortwave radio back in the late 60s was a Sears Wayfarer radio. Wow. Francis Moore, Jill, just checked it out. I was been following you from when you explained how to use the ICOM ICR 8500. and then bought one, and then approximately 2017 to date, you started live chat. Oh man, yeah, because I actually, what happened is the first times, remember the first times when I started live shows, they were done through something called Google Hangouts. YouTube did not have a live capability. We did Google Hangouts. Now we have YouTube live chats and live shows, which is different. I can tell you that. Matt Lowe, I found some interesting stuff, shall we say, when I helped my dad sort out some issues on his Mac back in the 80s and the zeros, but in 2000s. Matt says, no need for separate channels. You could do such videos on your main tech. Yeah, I know. Maybe that's a good idea, though. Oh, maybe that's a good idea. Do some tech moments on the tech channel. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. Rick VA3ZYW. Bonjour, welcome aboard, my friend from Ontario. Bob says, I volunteered while helping other people with their phones and had a side room for folks. Side room for folks who wanted to log in to a bank and something sensitive. I mind one old guy has to go to the private. Keegan DeAxter, nice to have you on board from southeast, Keegan, southeast Massachusetts this time. Wow. With my sister Christine and area visiting family there. I hope that everything's right. I hope that slowly everything's going back to a positive normal, and have a great Easter weekend. And hello to Christine if she's watching, and all of your family, my friend Keegan. Much appreciated to see you here. Jeff K, thank you so much for the pizza and the cat food. No pizza, just cat food. Okay. I will have cat food, just cat food for you, Jeff K. Fat, Paul's not fat enough. I am a psychologist. I mean, the things people told me, it was like, oh God, just incredible. Like WX50 said, I was a computer tech in public school in 20 years. It helped to be friendly and not say anything if their computer wasn't turning on. Yeah. I mean, look, you got to be friendly. You know, the big problem in tech, that's where you get popular. We talk about the grumpy hams that don't like, newbies and so on. Well, there's grumpy tech guys that are just idiots. That's where people like me came popular because, he's nice and he doesn't tell us, bad stuff or stupid stuff. Dave Newmeyer, N0KM, some of my service calls involve going to people's homes who told me they wouldn't be there. Well, John Beckham, I remember the TV in a VCR school. Was it plugged in? Master VLT, MESTR VLT. I live in a rented apartment like my parents. Having a home is a dream. For a lot of people, it is. Dave Newmeyer, one place had a vicious dog. This time not to go in. Yeah, I would not go to a vicious dog. You did the right thing, man. Matt, what a story. You're definitely one of the good ones, Joe. Yeah. There's so many things like that that I had through my clients. You know, you have, when you do a job, um, I'm the kind of guy that you got your clients list. You got your clients that some of them became almost friends over time. And you got people that you've been fixing their computers for ages. And I'll tell you, it's something. I remember this lady that I fixed her computer, and she lived in one of those um, places that the city. I don't know how you can say it in English, but it's like it's one of those places where you don't have a job and you're on welfare and everything. And I've never been someone to judge anybody. By the way, I don't judge people. I don't even judge somebody asking me for change on the street. It's not me. It's not what I am. And you don't know what life they gone through. I mean, it probably goes with the fact that my life when I was a teenager was hell, and with my dad, beating my mom and stuff like that. I think from a young age I understood that my life isn't 1 + 1 = 2. I had the impression that all my friends' life was beautiful, and I had a shitty life as a teenager. And when I said it so many times, Shortwave probably saved my life in many ways because that was my escape route. That was I can do something that takes me away from the shit that's happening in my home. And so I think this is what brings me later on to everything I did and my clients and understanding. Because it's like, yeah, I went through shit. I understand shit. Shit is there. And I'm not here to judge your shit. I had enough of mine. And one of the women there, I knew her name. I knew she was one of those. For a long time, she was like in the political view, and I heard her name all the time. She was like one of the top-notch people that could be someday, I don't know, prime minister or whatever. And she disappeared. And when I got to fix her computer, and I saw her face, I remember in my head I was like, oh shit, that was her. Probably a few years back, where she was like top notch political. She was in a very heavy depression state. And I got in, and she looked at me, and she said, can you fix my computer? Fix the computer and everything. And she says, so you don't know who I am? And I said, well, I won't lie, I know who you are. I know who you are. And, I just wondered why, my reasoning tonight is more, how come you disappeared from public life, And she says, oh, okay. And she started telling me how she got into a deep depression because her kid committed suicide. And I'm like, oh God, that's such a horrible thing. And she told me the whole story of how she got inside a house and her kid was hanging from the ceiling. He hung himself. And when she was telling me that, she said, now I'm like crazy. And I said, look, if my kid would be hanging from a ceiling, committing suicide, that's the hardest thing and the most horrible thing you can deal with. And we talked and talked and talked, and she ended up, when I fixed the computer, she ended up telling me, I don't have any money to pay you. And I said, I don't care. It's all right. Computer's fine. hope that he can get over all the crap that life sometimes brings. And you know what? You were at the top. I would have voted for you. And that's what I told him. So I would have voted for you. And you know what? You can still be out there. Think about it, sit down, try to go over all of it. And she looked at me, she says, "You're one of the sweetest guys I've ever met in my life. Thank you for being who you are." I said, "That's fine." And I mean, so many people. Life is so fucking incredible. Oh, no signal to Matt with old Wolverine. Oh, that's so sad. So Keegan, whoop, I'm gonna go back up. Keegan says bot is Stanchion AGR14. Eton Elite Executive that says B. Seagrain CC Skywave. Tuning around FM, medium wave, shortwave. Here's some stations. Boston, Cape Cod, Providence, Rhode Island. That's cool. That's cool. John Beckham, a CD burner. Master Players, radio and television. Who remembers using Nero or Roxy? Oh, Nero. Nero, yeah. Oh, God. Oh, God. Let's go really back in time. If anybody out there knows what fast ACM is, I'm going to tell you, you're one of those tech long time knowers. Fast ACM. If anybody knows what that is and what computer we were using with fast ACM, let me know. Pirating is coming back and pretty huge again now that there are too many subscription services. Oh, I know. But it's always been big. Pirating has always been big. David in Barcelona, how are you, my friend? ¿Cómo está mi amigo? Wolverine 6960 here in Barcelona. Wow. Cool. Hound Beckham had a big stick as his base antenna for CB antenna. Oh, radios. Oh, yeah, Hangouts on air. Oh, God. And Keegan DXer. I remember Hangouts. Oh, God. David. I was on the Hangouts, too. Remember when you had to use an external chat? Oh, man. Those were the days, eh? Oh, man. God. Times change. Oh, Matt. I want to have your pizza. Please send me pizza through the internet. No problem, Keegan. You are a great fan from so long ago. Jeff K. Either cat food tasting pizza or pizza tasting cat food. Matt says the Google Hangouts era was a bit before my time. I think I found this via an SWL chat where you had to have the comments because you weren't yet live comments on YouTube. Yeah, because that was a time when YouTube didn't have live comments. Those came later. Sheila, how are you? From Belleville, Ontario. Much appreciated to have you here. Gary Barrett, my father was an abusive Canadian military. Yep. Francis Moore, do I ever worry about spilling beer on my sets? No, you know what? Because my beer is never near a computer or any tech device. I've learned my lessons over time. That's what happened. Okay. Apparently we got I got some good pictures here. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Let me try to get some pictures here. Apparently I got some pictures of some pizza somewhere. Let's check it out. Where's pizza? Where's pizza? I want to have it. Still haven't received it. I'm trying to find pizza. Unless you... I'll check it out here. Yeah. Haven't received pizza pictures yet. I'm hungry. Oh, God. Swatcast, Weekend Music Radio 6940 AM. Oh yeah, oh man, I remember those. I remember those computers that you had the turbo button. Hey, wow, you're going from 66 megahertz to 100 megahertz. Now you're really in turbo mode. Why the hell did they ever do these? Like, come on. God. Walking Beyond Borders. We just stop by, we play in a different space, but is curious about what goes on here. Well, welcome aboard, my friend. Everything goes on here. It's like the Twilight Zone. It starts with shortwave radio and goes in everywhere. Turbo button. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, man. Half of us are here in Toronto. Well, I don't know about the distribution, but Dave Newmeyer, YouTube videos used to be a maximum of 10 minutes in length, and it would take all night. Yeah, and you know what? And I remember when I got the privilege to do more than 10-minute videos or 8-minute videos, or like, you got the privilege to do more than 5 minutes videos. I was like, oh, really? I got a privilege. No problem, Matt. RJ Dakota, how many years have you been on YouTube with the live stream? I think it's since 2013, so it's like 12 years now. 12 years. Wow. Wow. Ghost. I have the ability to speak with spirits. Me too. The spirits of Shortwave. Oh, man. KMDXer is about to eat up a slice of pizza in the microwave. Hope it's good. Oh, check my email now. Okay. Let's see. Pizza time. They're going to make me hungry, though. Pizza, pizza, pizza. Any pizza showing up in my email? You know, that'd be cool if pizza shows up in your email and you can 3D print it. With all, you know, like the heat and everything. So no emails coming in yet. I'm gonna wait a second or like a minute or two because Andrew 386 with 2 megabytes of RAM, 52 megabyte hard drive, and 256 kilobyte video. Oh God. Mike B says, anybody give a thumbs up? The spirit of radio. Yep. No problem, Keegan. Francis Morris, you'll just say I'm a mini web antenna on a fishing pole regarding. What do you think regarding the Earth position? You know what? A mini web is a antenna that will be. Honestly, it's omnidirectional, which means it gets noise from everywhere. So you got to position it really well. What's interesting is that mini whip that you're talking about. If you guys go to the U20 University receiver, that is the antenna they're using. A mini whip, and it's just amazingly good. It just needs to be positioned in the correct location. Okay. I want pizza. London 19657. When we can print pizzas, the world will end. Yeah. 3D printed food. I want a tacos. I want a pizza. I want chicken wings. That would be good. That would be great. Man, Wolverine 6960 is amazingly strong. S9 plus 20. Pretty amazing. Very, very good signal out of Wolverine Pirate right now. So it's pretty cool. So what else do we have here? So I still don't have your pizza. Holograms become real life smell-o-vision. Oh, that I like. You know what? There was a documentary a couple of weeks ago on the local TV station. They went to the dumpster where all our garbage is going. And one of the first comments of the presenter was, I wish you could smell what I smell. And I was like, when will we have smell-o-rama? Being able to freaking smell whatever that person is smelling right now. I want that. That is better than 3D. You know, it reminds me, I don't know if you guys that have played games over time, there was a series of games that was Leisure Suit Larry. I don't know if you guys played that. I played that. I know it's sleazy and whatever. But there was one of the editions of Leisure Suit Larry that came with a official shortwave radio at Gmail. Yeah, it should be okay. It should be okay normally. You know what? Yeah, it should be okay. Official shortwave radio at gmail.com. Yeah. All right. It should usually. Let me try again and check it out. If I got anything. Oh. Okay, I got it. Is that you? I got something from Jen. Is that you? So I got a pizza here that pretty much looks good. Half cheese, half pepperoni, and mushroom. I got that. I got this. And I want some. I'm hungry. Oh, okay. All right, so we got the pizza. We all want some, by the way. So better be, Says official S2L gaming coming soon. Yeah, yeah. So, what I was saying, we are talking about gaming and Leisure Suit Larry. And there was one of the episodes was at a scratch card. So at one point he's on a cruise ship putting like lotion, so it smells like lotion, like tan lotion on the beach or something. And then you had the second episode where he goes in and it's like he's in a room and we hear like a fart and it's like, oh god, I gotta scratch that number 2 with fart, and it's like it smells like horrible. And that was just so funny because the card was like every single place he would go, there was be a smell, a room, him, whatever. It was just so funny. So we need, we're in 2025. We need smellorama internet stuff. I want to smell what it smells like. Maybe not always. I don't think everybody wants to smell everything. But that would be kind of funny. Hey, Trustin, 73. Take care, my friend. It's nice to have you on board, as usual. Scratch and sniff. Yep, exactly. London, it was a scratch and sniff stuff. Bisabel Williams, nice to have you on board, my friend. A bit late joining you tonight in the morning in the UK. Nice to have you here. Brand Sutherland remembers Leisure Suit Larry. Oh man, I started playing that on the, I don't know, some kind of like an 8086 machine or a DOS, and play that. Oh man, that I would play that and King's Quest. King's Quest was like, oh wow, so fun. Francis Moore, thank you so much for the donation, much appreciated. Pepperoni, mushroom, and red onion. That's good. The cheese half is my daughter's part. You know what? I almost mentioned that must be for your kids. The cheese part is for your kids, because I know that's how it works. The kids don't want to have any vegetables. Jeff K, are there any concerts done with holograms? Oh yeah. There's Japanese anime. My nephew goes to Japanese anime hologram concerts. Nothing's real. It's all holograms on stage, and it's like super popular. There's like the last time it happened in Montreal, there was like 50,000 people at the concert with Japanese animes. And I'm like, what? It's all animes. It's all hologram stuff. But it's like a really huge thing right now. Absolutely. Absolutely. Two Rogue Tim, mushrooms are disgusting. Nah, it doesn't taste anything. You know? It's better than pineapple on a pizza. I'm going to tell you that. Vasti says, Tech War back in the day. Oh, man. Then 19657, I was talking to my wife today. Anyone remember Earthquake, the movie? And Sense Round. Oh, wow. Rumble speakers. Oh, bad. Never had that here. Oh, man. That is interesting. Oh, God. So, hey, guys. I was thrilled to be part of this live show today. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks all for the donations. And you know what? We'll be back next Sunday. Remember, next week is going to be Sunday. Next week is the Shortwave Festival. And it's going to be from Thursday evening until Saturday. So next week will be on Sunday. Okay? 20 hours UTC. I remember the earthquake movie too, Matt, on TV. And it was like the big earthquake of, what, San Francisco or something in California. So, thank you all for being here. Love you guys so much. And you know what? We'll be back next Sunday. Sunday. Don't forget, Sunday. 20 hours Universal Time. Doing a live show. And come on, guys. Go to the Shortwave Festival. Okay? It ain't that expensive. There's so much that's going to happen. Particularly, me and Sheldon, we decided to do some extra. The trivia show is going to be so much fun. My tuning, my tuning times will be a lot of fun too. Come on. This year's Shortwave Fest is going to have more packed in that you can just have fun with. And you'll be able to see me at 14:30 UTC on a Saturday morning. Talk about the utility stations. Take care, guys. Love you all. Stay safe. Thanks for the donations once again. And thank you for being just the greatest fans in the world. All right? Take care, guys. Love you all. Okay?